Hear ye, they are not like us. Hear ye, they all be making a fuss. The crash daddies told us that the car did not hit, and Trooper Paul couldn't make any of the physics fit. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Cause we all know that Lexus don't have no teeth. It's obvious that Colin A was in that basement, but the MSP never even took a statement. 34 Fairview, the lawn is so small, but 11 people even saw nothing at all. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Cause we all know that Lexus don't have no teeth. Adam Lally, he drones on and on and on. Can never hold a candle to Alan Jackson. The pirouettes, bang bang, I'll fuck you up. The lending of the readers and the red solo cups. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Cause we all know that Lexus don't got no teeth. Juliana Nagel said she saw a black blob. Along came Canton Lucky, he was just doing his job. He took the stand and he stood his ground. So tell us why that Ford Edge has never been found. 220 Tesman, she made that search. Hose along to dying cold, turtles even got merch. Was it raining then, or was it actually snowing? And what the fuck was Brian Higgins' white Jeep plowing? He's got no game, he made us all cringe. JJ Jenna Cable, she is clearly unhinged. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Bukkake, the apron, kill me now. High top tables, basketball, and a Frankenstein plow. 1210, crystal light, and the nether cracker. Get off my fucking lawn, Life 360 app tracker. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Free Karen Reed, hashtags be flooding out our feed. Cause we all know that Lexus ain't got no teeth. Free Karen Reed. Hey, Massachusetts, what the actual fuck? Lost your freaking minds investigating some silly ducks. MSP, please explain to us all why your best men don't falter. Y'all never let them fall. Why do your men use our resources on inconsequential fluff, while they turn a blind eye to science, physics, and stuff? Go to homes of citizens who've done nothing wrong, while murderers are out there walking free among us. Oh, Massachusetts, please explain it to us. when using the gold standard. Ye all celebrate. Tell us, why can't you ever seem to get it right? You expect we'll believe the data isn't there. You truly imagine that Massachusetts don't care. Well, I've got news for you. The whole world is spying. Consider yourselves on notice. This bullshit we ain't buying. What the actual fuck? Lost your freaking minds investigating some silly ducks. Hear us, we are outraged, we are mad, this is it. We ain't taking no more of this fucking shit. Oh, Massachusetts, won't you explain it to us? Do something about it. MSP, for the love of the Commonwealth, please explain it to us.
Hey, shorties. Hi. I'm going to cry. Karen is free. Karen is free. Karen is free. Like, Karen is free. Whew. Hallelujah, says Queen Ruthie. Queen Ruthie. Hi, Tony. Good to see you. Hi, Mark. Hi, Steph. I'm going to put my glasses on already. Oh, guys, you know what am I doing? I'm getting ahead of myself. Pig's ears. One giant piggy for you, Buster. Bobby, one for you. Okay, where were we? I've got my official Karen is free shirt on and everything. It's all serious and shit. No, it's time to celebrate. Hi, Karen. Oh, Karen. Hi, Karen. Lol, imagine. Hi, Colors. Vixie, hi. Ms. What the fuck? Good to see you. Fuck yeah, Shelley. Fuck yeah. Karen is freed. Steph, thank you so much. Karen is free. Karen's freed. What have I got in here? All the things. Look, I've even got my pink little post-it notes to write that down.
Any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Cha-ching. Hi, Teresa. Sorry I was late. You know me. It's like expected now, surely. Oh, how are you all sleeping? There's a poll. Let me check. How are you all sleeping? Better. Same. Like same. Hang on. What's this doing here? Okay. Oh, Holly Street's in the house. Hey, girl. Akasha. Where's Holly? Hi, Holly. Factual lie. Hi. I see Holly. So hi, Holly. Shit. Hi, Catherine. Yes, Karen is free at last. And boy, do we have an amazing stream lined up for you. Well, Ms. What the fuck? I took last night off to watch the Runkle interview with Mr. Alessi and Mr. Jackson. If you haven't watched it, who are you? Are you even a real person? Get on there after this. Catch it after. What else? So much has happened. Before I go any further, replay crew, hi. Thank you for joining. I'd love you to leave a comment down below. Obviously hit the like. And if you'd like to watch the live chat replay on your handheld device, your tablet, your iPhone, your iPad, all you do is swipe left on the comment tab and it'll give you the option to watch the live chat replay instead. We'll put as many of the comments up on screen as we can, but it's fun to watch along because Camp Shorty chat is the best chat on YouTube. I'll die on that hill. Also, share this out. Tell people. I know there's a lot of crunching going on. I know there's a lot always on YouTube, and we're just a small channel, like doing our best. It's nice. Honestly, it's nice when more people see what we're doing here, because Motion to Scream What the Fuck and I and the mods, beautiful mod squad, my beautiful friends, put so much time and effort and passion into these live streams, so much. And honestly, it can be a little disheartening when not many people watch, and like maybe like we've done a lot for the Karen Reid movement. Maybe I'm here in Australia. Well, I am. Lol. Maybe I don't have 100,000 subscribers, but we've raised money for Karen. Remember that stream where we raised $1,169 or something? Couldn't have been 69 for Karen's defense fund. We've made other donations. The sticker drive. I'm not going to lie. It really crushed me to not be recognized in Turtle Boy's huge live the other night. Like, crushed me. Anyway, it is what it is. There's a few other creators I can think of who weren't recognized, and I know there's so many to mention, but we've been part of that movement, and I'm proud of us. Yeah, we did. Lake Florida. Hi, Mama G. Good to see you. Good to see all of you. Thank you so much. Okay, going back out into the garden. Nakasha, don't lose your phone. Do not lose your phone. Yes. Next. Yes, thank you, Ms. What the Fuck. Second little bit of housekeeping. So, obviously, I'm a pretty shit poor grifter. Terrible grifter. Hi, Ms. Margaret Duckin. Maiden, hi. It's good to see you, Dal. Laura, yes. Since the beginning, colors. Now, speaking of doing a lot for people in need, our beautiful friend Miss Mandy Reacts is going through it at the moment. She very recently found out that she has breast cancer, which is tough. She's had some surgery in the last couple of weeks and been in hospital because she had an adverse reaction to things. So Mandy has asked, and obviously goes without saying, if everybody could send their prayers, love and light, whoever you pray to, whether it's your God, Allah, the universe, to Mandy, send your prayers her way. Thoughts and prayers, love and light. Mandy feels very alone at the moment. Hi, Simi, making dinner. Good to see you, darling. So, but also, so Miss Mandy, we have her Cash App here. And I don't want you to send me any money tonight. I mean, worst grifter ever. There's someone who can need it more than me, who needs it more than me, to pay for her medications, which she actually can't afford because Mandy isn't someone who has, she isn't employed. She's on disability. I'm not sure what you all, disability benefit. I don't know. The US here, we'd call it, I don't know what we'd even call it here. Job seeker. No, it's not. Disability payment here. So she's struggling with not just medication, but life stuff, life expenses. Life is expensive. So if you could, if you have even a couple of dollars or a lot of dollars or anywhere in between to send Miss Mandy a Cash App, and just maybe say love from Camp Shorty or something like that. I don't know. We don't have Cash App here in Australia. On that note, because we don't have Cash App here in Australia, I'm going to donate every Buy Me a Coffee from tonight's mega epic stream. All of the Buy Me a Coffees that come to me will go to Miss Mandy Reacts. And Steph's already forwarded on, donated to Mandy through the Camp Shorty Cash App, because that's in the States. So Send your prayers if you haven't got if money isn't an option for you. Send your prayers, your thoughts, and some money if you're able to. And we've got a whole lot of love for Miss Mandy. She does a lot for Kurt at Uncivil Law. She is one of his producers or his producer. Miss Mandy is my motion to scream what the fuck, right? And she has her own channel. She's gone through a lot with those McAlbert trolls, namely KP. It's been a rough slog for Mandy. So this is the last thing she needs. So prayers up for Mandy. And please give generously, whether it's money or thoughts and prayers. Thanks. There's always someone who needs us. So that's what we're here for. My glasses, I need new glasses. Lord, my eyes. I'm almost 50. Before we get onto the thing, one more thing. 2 weeks' time. Less than 2 weeks. What day is it now in your country? Saturday, is it? Yes, Sunday here. My birthday's on the 4th of July, which is, I'm turning 50. Which is a Friday here. So I'm taking the day off peasant work, taking the day off. And we're going to do a celebration stream. So if you have any suggestions, Miss Mandy is a champ. She's lovely. Birthday celebration incoming. I'm thinking we might do a best of kind of show. Anyway, that's in the future. I'm in the future, but that's in the distant future. 2 more weeks in my 40s. So, 4 p.m., half a century, right? Miss Mandy, may God watch over you every day. Yeah, she's a good woman. Lovely, heart of gold. Holly Street says, I just turned 50 on May 5th, on May 30th. Oh my God, my glasses. Like, I need new glasses so bad. This old age is nothing. All right. Hi, Debbie, good to see you. 4th of July, mate. I'm pretty special. Jokes. Okay. My brain. Like, literally, these glasses are doing zero. I don't know. What have I done to my eyesight? It's being tired all the time. Karen is free, and we're here to celebrate. We are here to celebrate. Celebrate, to relive the amazing week that was. Let's relive the amazing week that was with a plethora of amazing clips compiled by Ms. What the Fuck. Now, hi, Nick. Good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you, including Nick. Hi. Now, Ms. What the Fuck, thank God you've got this because I can't even see. Damn. Hi. How's your voice?
I don't know. Let's test it. How's that sound?
Sounds pretty good. Not quite as sexy as when you were like dying, gargling glass shards of tail light pieces in your throat with COVID. You poor thing. So what have we got?
So starting out, we have a couple of videos that cover the actual delivery of the verdict, just to kind of relive that moment together, like as a group. So that's what we're starting out with tonight.
Amazing. Now I've got a new format. Hang on, stay on screen for a second because I thought we could. Oh no, you're not there when I do that. Wait,
that's okay.
What am I doing?
Be there.
No, you great.
No. Okay, do that again. It was really nice.
I'm like a real. Oh, I might move myself up because if I've got comments, you can't see me. And I'm a real YouTuber. But yes, let's do that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I have this. Oh yeah, that right there is perfect for you.
Deliberating jurors remain standing. Okay. Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present?
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers?
Okay, I maybe forgot
What'd you dig away, Jim?
That Jim talks so fast.
If anyone ever wonders why I say put your dick away, Jim, it's a callback to the fact that Jim was caught driving drunk. Jim, what's his name? McDermott, is it? Caught driving drunk some period of time a while ago, had hit a pedestrian. Am I right? Or was it? No, it was another car. And he got out of his car and whipped his dick out and started doing a wee. So I always say, put your dick away, Jim. It's if you know, you know.
Mr. Mr. Foreman, have the verdict slips been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since?
Oh my God, have I got tissues? Yes. Chat, this is so exciting. Right, Tony?
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
That was great.
Thank you. 002, what say is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating in the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service.
Right, Miss Bev.
We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise.
All right, Ruthie. Sorry, I'm just getting a tally sheet for our Miss Mandy Reacts fundraiser. Thanks.
Media, please exit the courtroom immediately.
Karen Reed?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold on,
not yet.
hold on,
Not
everyone.
yet.
Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
And we would be
Pause,
prepared
please,
before
Miss. What
today.
the fuck? So Shelley, Pokemon, she will request not to seal. Yes, because sealing the records means that no one, including the public, have access, right? So making sure they're unsealed means it's, you know, the true sunlight into this whole bullshit. Exactly, Nick. We need some clarification. Chat. Right. Okay. Right. Good. So good. Thank you, Salty. Of course, Salty, the document queen, will know. By the way, while I think of it, Salty, because I took last night off for self-care and watching Runkle and Alessi and Yanetti, we rescheduled tonight into. Sorry, we rescheduled the show that was planned for last night, this show for tonight. So next weekend, we'll have Salty Sleuth Investigates for a final recap on her new free Karen Reed status. And hopefully we'll also have in a different show, Tony and Colours Flight on, because that was also, those two were scheduled for last night and tonight, and there's not enough hours in the day. So that, and if you don't already, subscribe to Salty Sleuth Investigates. Definitely free Karen Reed. Oh my God, I love you. So good. And wasn't that spectacular? It was amazing. Runkle was an awesome interview. It was amazing. We're all in the Discord. If you are a friendly If you are a Camp Shorty friendly, and I presume if you're here, you must be, and you aren't a member of our Discord and you'd like to be, just shoot me an email. Tell me who you are on YouTube, and if you pass the scrutiny of Colours Flight's security clearance annihilator, you will be in. But we in the Discord last night while that was live was going on, we were chatting in our Discord rather than worrying about being part of a 45,000 strong chat on Runkle. So she could use for civil. Thank you, Ed. Hi, good to see you. It was an amazing interview. Well, not anymore. I mean, yes, imposter syndrome, but he carried himself with absolute calm and grace and aplomb. I was really proud of him. It's quite hard to not ramble when you're afflicted with the TISM and the ADHD. So yes. We were just chatting in the Discord, watching on our devices. Anyway, that. What a moment. Was that, why was I even saying anything? Oh, salty, that's right. Yes, sorry. Hi. We came full circle. Let's keep going.
Okay. Okay.
And now, Steph, while I think of it, Steph, thank you so much for kicking off the Buy Me a Coffee, Stephanie Blardy, Blabity Blah. $15 from Steph to go to Miss Mandy Reacts. Thank you so much, girl. And don't forget, there's a banner down the bottom. If you've got a couple of dollars to spare or lots, send them on over to Miss Mandy. She's battling cancer.
All right. So, Mr. Yanetti, you ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation, 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We asked if she be treated
As it should be.
So I'm happy to do it. All right. Thank you all.
1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program. Thank you.
immediately. All right.
Goodbye.
Puppy, goodbye. We won't need to hear that again. You are unmuted. Goodbye. Goodbye. Poppy, yuck. So what about that moment? Look at them all. Look at them all. Oh.
I know. Then there's just like a couple minutes and watching them, just all the hugs and tears.
I get these overwhelming waves of emotional sort of teariness from just welling up or lump in my throat to full-blown tears down my face at the most random times and things in this whole in the basking in the afterglow of the verdict. Rejoicing. That was could you just go back 10 minutes? Hang on, let me move this stupid, not stupid. I'll move the Buy Me a Coffee for a sec. Let's watch Mr. Yanetti, your boyfriend, David Yanetti, giving Alessi the old big lift up. It's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. He is so cute. He's definitely the cutest looking. Oh, and cutest. Oh, Buster, you guys, please. I know Karen's free. It's exciting. I love that they all wore blue and variations of blue. Yeah. Beautiful. Tech table guy cried. Mr. Wolk. I think it's WOLK. Is it an E in the end? I'm not sure. I spent the first 4 weeks or 5 weeks of trial calling him Wolf. Never mind. Yikes. I mean, macrame chameleon, right? What the fuck?
Exactly.
Mr. Woke. Is it woke? How do you spell it? Come on, somebody help me.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Tell you that they know they're lying to you.
Tech Table Guy is a new law intern. I love it. I do miss Tiny Table Craig, but you know.
So the next video we have is another version of this.
Yes, the front on one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because Long Crime had a different viewpoint, which was really cool.
Yep, that's what I did a little short clip of. Hang on, I'll wait. I don't want to cover anybody. Hang on. With me. Let me put me up the top. I feel like Emily D. Baker. Yikes. There we go. Look at that. Boom.
Professional.
So professional. It's amazing. Lol.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers?
Did I say hi, Mama G?
Mr.
Hi.
Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Yes. Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Do all of you agree? Thank you. 002.
Can you press pause, please? Was what the fuck? About the first 7 or 8 or 69 times I heard that, I thought he said his first name. I was thinking, what would his first name be? Shakir. I don't know. And then I realized he was saying, sure.
Guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating in the influence
Hi,
of
Timberman.
liquor,
Good to see
and
you.
003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back to services.
Wait, I just gotta let the dogs out. 1 minute.
Talk to you for a little bit afterwards, so thank you very much.
All rise. You're call me.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not crying. You're crying. Okay.
You know what though? Isn't it nice to see Karen's tears of relief and joy as much as it's like pulls on those heartstrings after when we watched the A Body in the Snow documentary and seeing her puffy eyes from the stress during the last trial and the eve of deliberations beginning and then throughout. So, you know.
Absolutely.
Mark is crying. Everyone's crying. It's just beautiful.
Well, there's a really great moment that Defense Diaries kind of captured and encapsulated, and so I grabbed that too, and I wanted to share.
Laura, she did thank the jurors very briefly. Bev did say, thank you for your service. It was less magnanimous than at the end of the first trial. I think she was more grateful that they didn't not guilty the shit out of it last time. So,
yeah.
Oh.
CR117001, murder in the second degree. What say you? Is the defendant of the bar guilty or not guilty? So say, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No, do you agree? Yeah. Do all of you agree? Thank you. 002, what say is the defendant found not guilty or guilty? Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? 003, what say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, how can you verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating the influence of liquor, and 003 is not guilty? Thank you.
Just see like the weight of the world lifted off that man right there.
Yes. Yes. Princey said he's aged, and I said we've all aged. But I mean, even Lally in the space of the last trial went from having some hair to almost no hair. So, I mean, geez Louise. Yeah, wow. Yanetti, those, what a good man. Have you, the clip, I don't think we can play it because I think it's got music on it where I think it was it Joe Flipperhead made a video that's says, you know, the Yanetti in his office talking about how he's been there from the very first day with Karen and he's sure he'll be there at the very end, and then him cheering like this. It's around on the Twitters.
I have something like that for later.
Excellent.
Something like it.
Excellent.
There will be a couple of things that we have to play with no sound on, for sure.
Okay.
Hi,
Eric. Oh, wait, that's not Eric. Hi, Steph. Okay, now wait, before we go on, Steph, so the McAlbert interview, just a heads up for everybody, will be, this stream goes as long as it goes, and then afterwards there's a redirect set for to go to the next stream, which is, as we always do these days on a Saturday night, we start off on YouTube for a pre-game show, and then we head over to Kick. So if you would like to come with us and watch snippets of the Proctor interviews, and the McAlbert thing will be over on Kick. It's a whole night camp shorty party. We're doing it all. So make sure you've got Kick on your phone loaded up, or your laptop, your computer, your device, and it's a big night of first celebrating and then what the fucking. Nick, you're surprised, really? Hubris, man. Hubris is a bitch. Yes, Akasha. Awesome. Yes. Hold on to it. I've watched bits and pieces, but it'll be a first watch for me too. Yes. I'll be high. All right. What do we got next? Hang on. Let me go back to this. Yes.
All right.
I love you.
So we're gonna watch a little bit of what it looked like outside when the verdict was being read.
Yes. Master. Oh my God, you guys.
Not guilty. Seconded. Not guilty on everything except OUI.
It says free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed. Free Karen Reed.
Hang on, that's Timmy.
Timmy. He never comes on screen. Mr. Cute Boy. He's a 4-year-old boy, but he looks like a teenager cat. He's so tiny.
Aww.
Best friends with Buster. Oh. Okay, back to it. Yep, Tony. So good.
First one. And then another one.
Mr. Foreman, number 2282 CR117001, murder in the second degree. What say is the defendant of the harm guilty or not guilty? So say Mr. Foreman. So say no. Do you agree? Yeah. Do you agree? 002. What say is the defendant of the harm?
Oh man. Hey, have you got the clip of that I did as a short of the Morrisey resign? Because that was amazing. It's so powerful. It's in my shorts. Hang on. It's easy to grab. It's in my shorts. Yikes.
2 seconds.
there's no non-sus way to say that.
My goodness, girl.
Hardman hugged Rita Princey? Wow. Two people, three people, and then it's just whoosh.
Yeah.
That really struck me. There was a funny little hot mic before that, but I didn't end up making it into a short. That was a split screen on Law and Crime, and I just cropped it out to show the drone aerial view. It was one hell of a chant, wasn't it? Hi, I'm a baffle. Good to see you. Just a reminder, there's a banner scrolling down the bottom there. We are all cash apps for real Miss Mandy, and all my buy me a coffees are going to help Miss Mandy Reacts in her fight against breast cancer. So if you've got a couple of dollars and a bunch of prayers and love to send Miss Mandy's way, we and she would much appreciate it. Yeah, Ed, there will be a big push to unelected Morrisey, right? Hi, Arca. Good to see you. He won't resign, but his term ends in June next year, and I can't imagine who's going to run against him, though.
There's a bunch of really people that are running against him, but I did see a push for Yanetti to do it, and I think that would be amazing, right?
Oh, hey, Grazer. Good to see you. I have a feeling, Grazer, that you might be going to win the caption this, by the way. I haven't looked in a little while, but at this point, your caption this for the Hanky Spanky picture competition is leading the race. Where are we at?
Well, we're at 38% for the ham sandwich.
Ooh, for the ham sandwich. So if you have it, it's not finished yet. We have to close it. Do we close it? What happens? Is it finished?
It's not
I don't
finished.
even know.
We haven't closed it.
Okay, so if you would like to vote, whoever of these four entries, Hebatoba, I need a ham sandwich. Oh, sorry, a ham sandwich sounds really good right now. I love crayons, and oh shit, they caught me are the options. Winner will win either a Miss Shorty t-shirt or a mug or a tumbler, whatever the winner chooses from the Miss Shorty merch store. So get in and vote, and we'll do another one of them in the next little while also.
Yes. Let's see. Pulling up the next thing. Let's see.
Betterow isn't even a resident of Massachusetts, Ed. He lives in New York, so that's not going to happen unless he relocates, which I doubt. So that's the picture we're captioning. Pretty cool. Very cool. Ms. What the Fuck, the best producer on the planet. Brennan eats crayons. So does Proctor, if based on my Tony P, by the way. Thank you so much for the AI image of Michael Proctor covered in crayons and eating a crayon. That's my thumbnail for the next stream we're doing tonight. So cool. So cool. Hi, Anya. Good to see you. Mark, get in there and vote now. Ed Gein, no, he's in New York. That's why he wanted to, Mr. Bedero, wanted to come to be pro hoc vice with Karen's defense team and was denied by Bev, the motherfucker. Bev, the see you next Tuesday. I'm going to try not to say that. I think it's affecting my my analytics. As much as I say it all the time, see you next Tuesday might have to become just a see you next Tuesday around here.
We'll do our best to behave. So
yikes, the pressure. Okay, what do we got?
all right. So this is just the aerial view. Well, on the left is the aerial view from Long Crime, and then on the right is the guy just standing down there in the thick of it, waiting at the bottom of the stairs.
I think this is where the hot mic is that I heard. It's right before the Morrisey resign, like literally 69 seconds tops before Morrisey resigns.
Okay. So I was just gonna let it play. I have there's several minutes of it before Karen comes out,
Yes,
and then I have a different channel that I got Karen on because it sounds better.
Yes. Oh my God. So I'm just moving myself all around the screen and making a mess of it. I'll put myself over here. Yes, professional. Pause for sex zone is what the fuck. Mark, on my YouTube channel homepage is where you'll find that poll. So if you scroll, there's videos, shorts, live, playlists, then it says posts, and the poll is on in posts. Yeah, that. We're all for right there. Where if you just scroll down beyond that picture of Tim and Buster besties, and then there's the poll. There.
Yeah. I just realized now you can see what I voted for. That's just a great.
That's all right. I can't vote. How come? Oh, you could vote. I could have voted from my music channel. I didn't even think of that.
All right. My favorite didn't end up on there, obviously, which was a bummer, but that's okay.
Sometimes you just got to take one for the team.
I did. It's still my favorite. I still made it into a picture for myself. So
good. Like my mother used to say to me, she's a delightful creature. Lisa, life isn't about what you want to do. Life is about what you have to do. So uplifting.
I'm going to clip that.
Sorry, I'm making you dizzy. Can't reveal that stuff. So beautiful.
I don't know if you can hear that, but they're razzing Plethora right now.
Sorry, moving me again. Right. Was it a hot day in Boston in Dedham that day? Was it a hot day in Dedham that day? I presume. I mean, it's summer, but was it a particularly hot day? It looks like it wasn't hugely sunny, which means it was probably a bit humid, right? Does anybody know any locals who in chat right now? Yes, Akasha. Yes. Okay. Bravo. Bravo for Cameron. Hot and humid. Yeah, I saw people with their hair like twisted up. Yes, we do. We love you, Karen. Hi, Hank's Lions. So many people. 3,000 plus, they reckon. Definitely hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. So good. Hank's Lies, so good. Yeah, over 3,000. Is that a drone? I guess that's a chopper, not a drone, right? Is that a drone or a chopper? I suppose it was a chopper. People were talking about how many choppers there were up there. Helicopters.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Okay, so there's still like several minutes of this. You want to?
Yeah, let's go to the good sound speech.
Okay.
Is coming out right now. No longer the defendant, Karen Reed, a free woman. That is Alan Jackson, who's leading her the way out. You can hear the crowd absolutely going nuts. David Yanetti, her longtime Boston lawyer, immediately behind her. And then Elizabeth Little behind David, and Robert Alessi to the right. He's from New York, and they brought him in sort of for the second trial, and he was a force to be reckoned with throughout this trial. So this is it, folks. We're going to hear from Karen Reed. These are her first words as a free woman.
Supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
So you want to see it reopen? Karen, you want to see the case reopen? Should the case be reopened?
No, the case cannot be reopened. This case is over.
No, I mean, the case is larger for someone else. What did you say? What did you say about justice?
I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen.
Motherfuckers, right, Ruth?
Her dad has a comment. Let her dad make a comment.
Mr. O'Keefe, what did
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter, Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yanetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right? It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all, all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Investigation. Let's do this.
All right, there you see it. That was history there, certainly.
I don't know if you've got this, Ms. What the Fuck, but you know that video I sent you from Aiden? I think I've got it right here. Where was it from Aiden? Let me just check. Where everybody, yeah, wait. I'm going to play something. Can I play something? Because he just made a point of how there was no fights, no anything. And then this is, hang on, wait. This is when Karen came that morning, I believe, to the courthouse, but I can't remember if it was that very day. Let me just play this. It's quite staggering how quiet everybody is.
This Karen Reed. Let's see if we can get some footage down here. This.
You can hear the birds chirping. She's walking in and quiet. She needed quiet, so they gave her quiet. This wasn't that day. It was another day. Deliberation day. It's amazing. You can hear the camera shutters. All those people silent. Different day, but similar numbers and silence, right? So that amazing, so powerful. That took my breath away. You could have that's literally, you can hear a pin drop kind of thing.
Yeah.
Exactly, Tony. All of them classy enough and respectful enough of Karen and, you know, the buffer zone requirements that they wouldn't fuck up. And every single person, no, but not one dickhead screamed out, even free Karen Reed, which would be understandable, right? Nobody, just respectful silence. Fuck the buffer zone, right? Lainey, good to see you. We've done your sound check. Amazing.
Okay, so I have another thing. And this is from right after when they got to the car, basically. And this is AJ.
I feel like an
myself
innocent
again.
woman was just exonerated and vindicated.
What was this moment like when that jury came out and gave you that verdict?
It was the greatest moment I've ever had as a professional. It was the greatest moment of Karen's life. It was one of the best moments in my life.
What is your message to all the supporters out here?
Freed Karen Reed. Freed Karen Reed.
Still in a dream.
Dollars. I feel like an.
Oh, so good. The Andes say whatever they want, Princey. Didn't Higgins come at the end of one of the? Haven't we all seen Higgins, aka Megabeth? Yeah.
I saw that. I did not save that one. Here's Nathan Reed on the street there.
Could you see the jurors' faces when they came in, and could you read anything as they came into the courtroom? Always difficult to say you can. You know, I wouldn't want to say I could. They were close enough where you can see their faces, but what it means, you don't know until you hear those verdicts read.
Did you think this would happen? I mean, what was your expectations going into the waiting for the verdict?
Again, I think when you have the honesty and the facts on your side, you always hope that they see it the same way.
What is your family going to do tonight?
A really big dinner.
You know,
really big dinner.
I mean, your family's pretty conscientious about this stuff. I mean, is there any concern that the person who killed John O'Keefe won't be held accountable?
I think there's always that concern, of course.
What's the message?
What's
the takeaway as you leave here at the courthouse? You've been coming here for 2 years, 3 years. You know, you've been here every step of the way with Karen and your dad and your mom. What's it been like? What's the takeaway? Message?
I'm beyond words. Beyond words. I'm so proud of our legal team. I'm 3-4 years older than Karen. And so, you know, I've seen my parents aging through this process. My dad's 77, my mom's 75. We wanted this to end in the greatest possible news, and I think we got that today.
Can your family go back to the way it was before, or has this changed you?
It's changed you forever. I mean, take a look at this crowd. How can it not? But yeah, hopefully within time. Yeah.
Would you like to say anything to the O'Keefe family? They didn't make any comment. Do you have any?
No, so just sorry for their loss. We've always felt that way. John was a good man. I knew John, and we cared about him very much.
Thank you.
He's a good man.
Yes. Yeah, Nathan's amazing. Such a good brother. Okay, let's see. Next, I have, this was the first one, interview I saw of Karen. This was the person I saw. And it's a nice short one. It was very quick.
Can you just tell us what your plans are going forward after yesterday?
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Will you go back to teaching, do you think? I mean, what do you want to do?
I don't know if I can. I miss it, though. I miss the students, and I love doing it, so...
How'd you sleep last night? How...
Hi, Lee.
Can I just ask you, 2 years ago I asked you if you did it, and you said no, you didn't. We all know.
What you said to me 2 years ago was, are you saying you were framed, Karen? You were the first journalist to ask me that, and it was prescient, so...
Right. And you said you didn't do it, you said, but we all know who did it. So would you be comfortable with saying who you think did it now?
I'm worried about libel, but we all know, Steve. We all know.
Can you give us just your own insight? I mean, you're a free woman now. You're not bound by anything.
Oh, no. As long as Michael Morrisey's in power, no.
So you got to give it up. You got to give it
Fucking
up. Sorry.
bingo.
Sorry.
We never give it up.
Oh, look at them all being nice now.
You don't have to rush.
Look at them all being nice. Trying to be nice to Karen after they've persecuted and vilified her for, what, 3 years? For goodness sake. For goodness sake. I love Karen. I've been thinking about all of them. I was actually wild. I was thinking about Bev and what she did when she went that home. Remember last week when we were I was wondering about what the crash daddies were doing after their wildly surreal cross-examination by Hank Brennan and all of the witnesses really. But I wonder what Bev did. Do you think she went home and was like, well, fuck. I can't, it's so hard to put those people as real people, to break that fourth wall. Seeing Karen and Alan, David and Bob last night on Ian Runkle, that's really cool. That helps humanize them. The McAlberts say we've dehumanized them. It's hard to dehumanize evil, right? Having a ham sandwich, right? Hebatoba. Tony says Bev probably didn't care. Just went home and smashed another box of Franzia. Ham sandwich and a White Claw, you reckon? She thought, maybe I've got time to put a mask on my straw hair now. Yikes. All right, so we're going to have a little song break. We're planning to work our way through the full Karen Reid Miss Shorty music playlist. I feel like maybe now that I was just talking about Bev might be a good
now
time.
Some music. The Supreme Leader decrees it.
To play the Camp Shorty collaboration, Sidebah. What do you reckon? Let's fucking go.
into silence. War in the courtroom. Verdict or violence. Your gavel tales in blasphemy. Mr. Jackson, ask it differently. Auntie Bev, we know your game. Hanky Brennan has no shame. The lies you thought were told in stealth. Corruption through the Commonwealth. Sidebar, sidebar, pull up, bitch. Sidebar, sidebar, which is which? Dream team got this, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Who holds the truth? They hide the proof. Don't say a word, remain aloof. Proctor with the sleight of hand. Outrage screams across the land. Sidebar, sidebar, pull up, bitch. Sidebar, sidebar, which is which? Not an expert, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Sally Port inversion, factual perversion. Rocks, glass, glass shard in the front yard. Gaslight bullshit, Lexus, Nexus. Arcus said John was not hit. Sidebar, sidebar, pull up, bitch. Sidebar, bar, which is which? Dream team got this, fuck this shit. Cause Karen Reed ain't got no quit. Common sense, it ain't so common. Jury gonna use it, ain't no stopping. Make the right decision, get off the fence. Justice is supposed to be blind, not deaf. Free Karen Reed. Here we go again. Free Karen Reed. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Arc and not my style of music either, but it was by general request. The majority ruled on that one. I'm like, can we write a music that's what was it? Post-hardcore punk and punk art for the win. Not for everybody. It's got a certain je ne sais quoi. Not gonna lie, when I was getting ready before this stream, and I thought, what will I listen to? You know what? Let's do the Free Karen Reed Miss Shorty music playlist, and I listened to all of it. I skipped through Sidebar. I'm sorry, Shorties. Laura loves it. If many of you love it, and I love the idea, and it's got something. It's got something. It's just, you know, old man banging his head. Nice, Mark. I grew to love it. Yes. Post-hardcore art punk. I meant metal. Skipping Sidebar. I know. I needed to feel not rah. I had to stop in the middle of the fixes in. Come on now. Time was of the essence. Okay. So shall we get back to business? Ms. What the Fuck? Hi. People were asking, this is Ms. What the Fuck. She is one of our beautiful moderators, one of my dearest friends, and my producer extraordinaire who's always been backstage since she was, I don't know, how long's that been now? 3 months? 2 months? Time
is a construct.
Time is a construct, a flat circle, if you will. It's just a theory to which I do not subscribe. But so this is Ms. What the Fuck pops in. She's like the Shelby of Seeking Justice with Tommy and Mike. She's the sometimes comes on and says stuff because she does all the work, and why not? It is the vibe of how we felt. The blogger known as Turtle Boy, right? Sidebah is a din. Let's be honest. I don't know what din means. Do you mean as in grrr? As in a racket? Turtle Boy deserves independent journalist at a minimum. I have a feeling this might be where he corrects the record. All right, Ms. What the Fuck? Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
All right, so you've been very involved in this trial. To see the verdict today, what was your reaction?
It was emotional, man. It was just, it's something I've been dreaming about for a long time, and to actually live it, it hasn't set in yet what happened. It was just, I've been mentally preparing for this day for a long time, for both the worst and the best. And I'm so happy that it was the best.
And how would you characterize what you've done for this trial?
I'd like to think I've shined a spotlight on it, you know, with my journalism and my activism with this. I've exposed several lies that the district attorney has, put out there. And like, for instance, speaking with Lucky Loughran, who is a major witness for the defense in this case, I interviewed him before the state police did. I found him. I found the plow driver who didn't see a body at 2:30 when he went by, who saw a Ford Edge. I found him when the state police couldn't. And 2 days later, they responded to my article by interviewing him themselves because they had no choice. So I like to think that, I put a spotlight on it. I made it sure that made it so that they couldn't hide what they were doing.
Now, in a lot of cases, a lot of high-profile cases, we haven't seen the social media outreach that we saw in this case. Do you feel that you're responsible in some way for the verdict today?
I think I had a little to do with the social media aspect of it. I don't know about the verdict because these are 12 impartial jurors who made this decision. But I'd like to think that some of the evidence that was presented to them in court was a result of my journalism and my influence and my activism online. And so in that regard, and just spreading the word about it, man. Like, I've been doing standouts. We put up billboards all over Norfolk County for Free Karen Reed. I made a video called Framed that's gotten over 1 million views. So it was almost impossible to live in Norfolk County and not know about this case. I spread awareness about it. They wanted this to be in the darkness. They did not want anyone to know what was going on in here, and I made that impossible for them.
Anything else you want to mention? I guess seeing the verdict out, were you outside?
I was inside. I was in the courtroom.
You were in there. What was it like inside the courtroom?
The most emotional experience I've ever been a part of. It was like an emotional roller coaster. Just seeing Karen Reed and their team in there, how nervous they were. Alan Jackson pacing around like I've never seen him before. Like unknown, not knowing what was about to happen. It was crazy. And to finally hear not guilty, was just, you realize, oh my God, it's over. Karen Reed is free. It's finally over.
Well, now there's the question, though. Who killed John O'Keefe?
I know who killed John O'Keefe. The people inside Brian Albert's house did. I don't know who exactly delivered the fatal blow, but Brian Albert was in there, Colin Albert was in there, Brian Higgins was in there, and the dog was in there. And quite frankly, every single person inside that house who has remained silent is just as guilty as the people who delivered the fatal blows to John. They did it.
Anything else worth mentioning?
Nope. I think we're good.
Thank you very much.
Tony says, I occasionally pull up bang bang when I need a smile. Yes, it's a good one. It's a good one. And tick tick boom for a hype up. Although OnlyFan, we don't mind it either, right? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Tick tick boom. Hard knock. Both of them. Both. I will beat your ass. I will fuck you up. Oh, there goes my monetization. Damn it.
I'm gonna
All right, what do we got?
I'll get a bleep sound for you, Lisa, and just put that on. All right.
Let me finish.
Now at 11, the end of a local case that garnered national attention.
Karen Reed found not guilty in the murder of her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
This is what we've been waiting and fighting for, and we're not giving up. Reaction on the verdict that's been nearly 4 years in the making.
A big relief. I'm so happy we have Karen free from all of this, all of these charges.
Everything the jury needed to convict was in front of that jury.
This fucking guy.
Plus, new tonight, Reed's lawyer speaking after helping prove Reed's innocence.
When you have on your side, you're going to ultimately prevail.
And we're taking a look at what comes next for Reed after this victory.
NBC 10 Boston News at 11 starts right now.
Hi, Storm. Good to see you. Welcome to the celebration.
This was the reaction outside that courtroom as Reed was acquitted in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, in 2022. The jury finding her not guilty on all of the major charges she was facing, including second-degree murder. The jury did, however, find her guilty of OUI. Thanks for being with us here tonight on NBC 10 Boston. I'm Colton Bradford.
And I'm Priscilla Casper. After 2 long trials, Reed is free. We do have team coverage for you tonight. Our John Maroney and Michael Rosenfield will have
That's what we do
all
here,
of those
Maiden.
reactions to the verdict in just a minute. But first, our Jericho Tran talked to Reed and her lawyers tonight as they celebrated. Jericho, what did they tell you and how are they feeling?
Relief. I think relief is the best way to describe it tonight. Karen Reed walked through the streets of Boston today with a sense of vindication. She hugged friends and family. But I think the most important thing to remember here is that there still needs to be justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe. So I asked Reed if she had any words for the O'Keefe family.
Any words for the O'Keefe family?
I fought for John O'Keefe harder than anyone, harder than anyone.
After a nearly 4-year legal battle, Karen Reed celebrated her freedom on the streets of Seaport with friends and family.
Happy, I'm happy. Thank you.
Just feels very gratifying, very heartwarming that it's over.
The retrial of Reed may be over, but for her supporters, the novelty has not worn off.
Kind of like a little media frenzy, like having a local celebrity around.
Abby is just one of the many supporters who eagerly waited outside of Reed's Fort Point hotel, hoping to catch a glimpse of Reed. Instead, they ran into her defense team, defense attorneys David Yanetti and Robert Alessi.
Our biggest fear was a mistrial, and thank God that didn't happen.
As one of the first lawyers hired by Reed, Yanetti joined Reed's defense team before her first trial.
They charged the wrong person with murder, and really they put her through hell for 3.5 years.
While Alessi joined Reed's defense team before her retrial.
People knew what the truth was. They knew what the truth was, and people motivated us to keep working hard. And I got to tell you something. God bless those 12 people on the jury.
The past few weeks of the retrial ticked down to its final moments today when the jury went back and forth about whether or not they reached a verdict.
We've seen the evidence. We've seen it up close. This should not be over by any stretch.
The road to justice for John O'Keefe is far from over. We're going to turn things now to Dedham, where we have NBC 10 Boston reporter John Maroney, who has been covering this retrial inside the courtroom from the very beginning. John, what was the reaction like tonight?
Jericho, the pain and anguish is over for one family. Karen Reed is free tonight, but John O'Keefe's family is still struggling.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
Karen Reed on the steps of Norfolk Superior Court after she was acquitted of killing her boyfriend and Boston police officer John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him to die in a blizzard.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have.
Leaving the scene after accident resulting in death, the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
Cheers from outside the courtroom could be heard when the last guilty verdict was read. OUI was the only guilty conviction. Reed cried and hugged her attorneys as O'Keefe's family sat in stunned silence.
Sorry for their loss. We've always felt that way. John was a good man.
The verdict came on the 4th day of deliberations following an apparent miscue by the jury.
I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict.
A half hour later, and with word of another verdict, police closed down the street. It wasn't wasn't long before Reed departed the courthouse in Dedham for perhaps the last time with her entourage, including her family.
Karen, how are you feeling? I'm so happy we have Karen free from all of this, all of these charges, and we need to get our life back together, and we will.
Now, we have heard from a lot of people reacting to this verdict. One person that we have not heard from is Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrisey. Well, Live in Dedham, John Maroney, NBC 10 Boss.
All right, John, thank you. Let's bring in our Michael Rosenfield right now. We just heard from the Reed family. John, you talked to, Michael, you talked to a friend of John O'Keefe. What did he have to say about this verdict?
Yeah, Colton, we spoke to supporters on both sides today as this verdict came in. We spoke to a very close friend of John O'Keefe to get his thoughts on how things went today. And we also spoke to supporters of Karen Reed here outside the courthouse.
So say you, Mr. Foreman.
The crowd roared outside the courthouse Wednesday afternoon when the verdict was read and Karen Reed was found not guilty of the most serious charges against her. Hundreds of people dressed in pink have supported Reed from the start, convinced she was framed and facing a grave injustice. Reed has become somewhat of a phenomenon and celebrity since she was charged in the...
Oh, Nick just said, have we heard what the verdict thing was? I believe that they, oh wait, no, maybe now this is a dream. Chat, sort me out. I believe, oh, Ms. What the fuck do you know? I believe, yeah, you go, you say.
So the jury form that was in the, the fake, not fake, but the first form, it's the same as what was actually done.
Yeah.
They had some... They just wanted to make sure, basically. And it'll be in one of the juror interviews.
Yes. I feel like my brain remembers that someone wasn't... oh, no, I might be making that up. Maybe that was from the Alessi Runkle. I don't know. Wasn't it that they were like, oh, wait, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't commit on not guilty. Sorry. Maybe we shouldn't say guilty on the OUI, commit on not guilty. What is that? And then I think that's a dream, isn't it? I made that up.
I think that was one of the, what people were thinking and suggesting might have happened, but what one of the jurors, but what one of the jurors said was that they just weren't sure that they had it right. So they were like, hang on, let us go back and make sure we did it properly, which makes sense. They were it was a confusing form, right? So, unless you talk to Colors, who Colors knew exactly what everything that's on the form and had the form completely figured out.
She did, and I look forward to talking about that next weekend with Colors and Tony. We've got a good stream planned. I'm sorry it wasn't last night, but I needed a night to myself. So yes, they wanted to make sure they got it right. Yes, the comment, the four-person did comment about that. Yes, we'll get to it. Thank you.
Death of her boyfriend 3 years ago.
Justice. We have been here for 2 years, and this is history, people. We took it back. Let's go!
Reed supporters have not only fought for her exoneration, but they've shown up at Canton Select Board meetings, urging change at the police department, convinced that Canton PD was complicit in some of the mismanagement of the Reed case. In a statement, the Select Board said in part, today's outcome may bring a sense of relief to some and continue to raise questions for others. We encourage members of the community to move forward together, treating one another with respect through civil, constructive dialogue.
This could be any one of us. We're all Karen Reed. This could be any one of us. And if you didn't have the kind of funds that she had to get yourself out of this, where would we be? In jail.
After the verdict, family and friends of John O'Keefe gathered at the nearby VFW hall. They were dejected by the jury's decision.
Everything the jury needed to convict was in front of that jury. They just didn't see it that way.
John Jackson, wearing his college friend's badge number on his hat, says they were also not happy with the cheering outside the courthouse when the verdict was read.
It was disgusting.
Micah!
The family heard it. It was disgusting.
And they weren't pleased with Karen Reed's statement outside court that nobody has done more for justice for John O'Keefe than she has.
We watched her interview on the courthouse steps afterwards. It's just unfortunate. If she decided to make better decisions between 12:30 6 a.m., it'd still be here.
Fuck off.
They are mourning a son, brother, caregiver to his niece and nephew, and a beloved friend who sometimes seems to have been forgotten.
He deserved much better than this, and
We haven't forgotten him.
We'll just move forward with the family.
We all
knows
want justice for
what
John
happened here.
O'Keefe.
Everybody knows
Surely.
it.
The family of John O'Keefe has filed a civil lawsuit against Karen Reed, so her legal troubles aren't over just yet. We're live at the courthouse in Dedham tonight. Michael Rose.
Have you, what the fuck, did you watch the brother council with father council yet? They're talking about the civil aspect of things. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I know it was this morning.
I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. I'm really excited because I just want to know about the man that created brother and council.
I love them a lot. When I was when there was all too much hectic shit going on some of the panels, which were amazing, but my frazzled self was like, I can't with all of this, and some of the guests weren't my cup of tea. One. And you put me onto brother council, and it was like taking a nice, cool, soothing drink of water, or perhaps a gentle cup of tea in the afternoon, rather than being like, oh. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hear what they've got to say.
Yeah, that would be great, especially if Solomon's there.
I think you're right. I'm baffled. I almost said I'm baffled. I think you're right. I have a feeling that there's going to be some libel suits coming out, particularly with the Honourable Judge Jackie Liu and the bullshit he said on Court TV, which was it on? No, it was on Boston. It was on Canton. Which was it on? Canton Confidential.
It was originally on Canton Confidential, but then they kicked him off, and so he went.
Yes, they kicked him off. So I believe that guy is actually a McAlbert guy or a Morrisey guy on the payroll, if you will. But that's full blown grounds for civil litigation, just with what he said on a international platform, denouncing the not guilty verdict and saying that Karen is a killer. Disgusting. So I think you're right about the civil suit, though. We'll see what the family council have to say about it, but because that's what the brother council's father particularly specializes in, is civil litigation for, like, I don't know, 50 years or something, 40 years, and they're going to talk about it. So after this, if you're looking for something to watch, they're going to go through. They went through that on brother council earlier today. We haven't watched it yet. Corruption. It was vile. He was vile. That account was so vile on his since deleted his Twitter account. He followed me back, and I was like, oh wow, okay. And then I thought he was a troll. I thought it was like a troll, like a parody or a troll account. It was so outrageous, the things he was saying even on Twitter. And then next time I went to look at the account, he'd blocked me. I was like, okay, but yeah, outrageous. Yeah, New Storm. John's family shouldn't have ever been promised a conviction by the district attorney's office. The police and the district attorney failed John O'Keefe and the O'Keefe family. Agreed. All right. Yeah. Steph, yeah, it was yeeted. You don't have Twitter. I swear to God, Twitter's Motion to Scream What the Fuck Granted got Twitter, in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Purely to be able to see. Yeah, and it's like you don't have to get drawn into things. It's very useful, and you can use the mute button, like in the block button, to curate your stream. But it is the place where you'll find everything, really, everything. Such a valuable resource.
Yeah.
Who blocked me? Oh, I mean, many people, but lol. Okay, that on the Honourable Judge Jackie Liu, who's since in the last couple of days. Oh, I think he blocked me because I was a Karen Reed supporter. To be honest, like that, many of them do. It premieres tomorrow. He deserves the Sabbath. He observes the Sabbath. Yeah, X is a war zone. Yeah, it doesn't have to be though. It doesn't have to be. Like, it can be okay. Like, I'm not joking. It can be okay. You just got to mind your P's and Q's and not get embroiled in skullduggery and get down in the mud with the pigs, because you'll get covered. Wait, what am I doing?
All right. So next up, so we've moved into kind of the aftermath reactions is what we've moved into now. So this is the first one with Bill Reed. Only Lisa has seen the notes of these, but it says Daddy Reed on all of my notes for him. And so this is his first little interview.
We're elated, grateful to God for this ending. It's been a long 3.5 years, long time coming, but while we've seen the worst in humanity over the last 3.5 years with the corruption, we've also seen the best in mankind, particularly the women. So many women out there, standouts at the courthouse over this week, in the hundreds. I know state police estimated there were about 3,000 people there today.
Yes. Simi, the old time difference gets me again. Tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. Eastern. You're right. It is tomorrow with Brother Council. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's Sunday here. Hi, Future. Future's calling.
And so many women identify with Karen because at some point in their lives, you know, they have been objectified and dehumanized or victimized in some way or another. And you know, with Karen, they see that strength and that courage to fight against the government that has, you know, unlimited resources. And so it's been a great win for us. We've got, you know, Karen's incredible fight, fortitude, strength, and willingness to persevere and not give in. And, you know, she assembled a remarkable team of talented and passionate attorneys. David Yanetti was our first on board, then Alan Jackson and Liza Little from LA, and more recently, Bob Alessi. So we're just blessed to have this dream team of attorneys fighting for us. And I think a lot of that passion on their part, that expertise that was unshakable that they brought to the courtroom was because they knew Karen was factually innocent. And that was, we're very fortunate. I mean, other folks who may find themselves in the throes of law enforcement and be factually innocent themselves may not have that fortune or good blessing to have this type of attorneys and this part of, you know, this immensity of support out there. Again, just the people who have turned out in support for us is just very gratifying and heartwarming. And at a time in my life over the last 3 years, I've lost a lot of respect for what goes on in some of these communities. So I'll leave it at that.
How has it been? You talked about the struggles. I'm sure it's been a very tough time. It's 4 years that you and Karen and the family have been fighting. How has it been to fight the accusations, to have to fight that, despite knowing what you and the family felt was true and the defense team? How has that been for you and the family?
The accusations really didn't trouble us. I drove that Karen's vehicle home that day. It was parked right here when it was seized by Michael Proctor.
It's tomorrow. Okay, I got it. It's tomorrow.
You were correcting me. In my mind, I've seen Sunday, and today's Sunday. Like, bite me with Lexus teeth. Yikes.
Please. I know the condition of that taillight, and I know that the injuries to John O'Keefe, including those dog bites, were not the result of Karen Reed's vehicle backing into him. I drove it home in that snowstorm. So when you've got that belief and assurance that, you know, your loved one is factually innocent, then you've got to fight with everything you've got to see this through to a just ending. And there have been times it's very, very difficult because law enforcement and the government has unlimited resources through their ability to tax people. And
did it feel, so are you saying, did it feel to you like it was you against this entity that you guys were fighting, you and Karen and the family?
Well, there's no doubt about it. You know, the law enforcement has power, and it's difficult to put down that power.
Thank you, Mark.
But I think so many folks saw this situation for what it was, a setup, a frame-up, and push back. And when society pushes back, and you get courageous men and women who are willing to take a stand, you know, a case in point would be Officer Nick Barrows, who was brought here on that Saturday and testified in court that the condition of that taillight was not as what was shown to him in court in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Department. So that's just one example. And, you know, you look at the Department of Justice was involved in this case from the early on. They were the ones who hired the ARCA scientists. And it was those scientists that determined the injuries to John O'Keefe were not the result of being struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, or that Karen Reed's vehicle, the damage to it, all right, was the product of being struck by a 216-pound, 6'1" man. And yet, even with that type of strong, objective, independent evidence, and I mean, truly, they were hired by the Department of Defense, the U.S. Attorney here in Massachusetts. They also provided us with the text of Michael Proctor. Without that, much of this might not have come to light. Sure. You know, I mean, the idea that he's been fired from the Massachusetts State Police, the lead detective on this case, fired for his conduct, his bias in this specific case. And, you know, it's something, that's remarkable. So there are some strong people out there, and some, all right, we're so, you know, grateful to them all. Prayers, all right, from so many.
What, in all these 4 years that you've been going through this ordeal, what has held your family together? Where has found, obviously Karen has had you as support, but how has a family come together? How hard has it been for the family?
Well, we're very mindful of our finite presence here on this earth. So, you know, we are churchgoers, we're Roman Catholics, we're believers in Jesus Christ, his mother, and we are dedicated followers of the church, and we pray daily. And if you don't have that, there's something, you know, that is very difficult then to come to grips with things. So we just continue to believe that God Almighty would see us through this. And he has, as you can see. I mean, this is a very glorious day for us in this family.
Overall, I know you, I spoke to your wife, Karen, how are you all feeling today after the
Elated. I mean, for the last 3+ years I've been in this house knowing the unlimited reach of the government. And always, you hear a door shut, right? You hear a horn. You go to your window because you never know, all right, the next step they're apt to take. And so there's relief. It's finality to it all. And I thank so many hundreds of thousands of people who have come and said prayers for us, sent us texts, letters, flowers. Just so gratified. Again, I've seen the worst in mankind over the last 3.5 years. But I've seen the best in humanity.
Yes, absolutely, I'm sure. Today, Karen said, in one of the things she said is that no one has fought harder for justice for John than she has. Would you be able to comment on that, on what she feels that, and how she's been fighting for justice to find the real person?
Well, it's certainly not the task of this family, nor for Karen. I mean, for the idea that Karen fought back against these charges and fought vehemently and strongly, and we went into debt. She sold her house. She lost 2 jobs, Fidelity and at Bentley University, where she was an adjunct, cashed out her 401. She fought to liberate herself, to free herself, and in so doing, freeing herself, essentially cast a light on, well, what happened then if it's not her? Don't forget, she's now been freed.
Jim Cox.
Even though the first trial,
everybody loves
the decision
Cox.
of the jury was not made public. Twice, she's been found not guilty of murder. And so, these jurors had been at it for hours in their deliberations and weeks listening to testimony. And so, you know, it's when she says she's fought for John O'Keefe, she's fought for her own freedom and getting back her name. And in so doing, it's opened up the eyes of those in the media and just casual observers. Why is she fighting so hard? She could take a plea, but she refused to ever take a plea for something she did not do.
Was there ever any doubt?
Never.
In the family?
Never. Karen would have been the first to say to me, and I was with her at that hospital in the morning, if she had done something wrong, she would have said, Dad, I'll take my medicine. Never. There's never been any doubt. Karen Reed is factually innocent. All right? She was found not guilty, but I will tell you she's factually innocent. Look at the body. look at the wounds or lack of wounds, aside from the abrasions, all right, from an animal, from a dog to his right arm, and the deep laceration on the back of his head. Look at there's nothing else. There's no bruises, broken bones, torn ligaments. If he was struck by a 6,000-pound SUV, which my daughter was driving, you'd see something below the knees, in the torso, around the chest. I mean, we're all reasonable people. Just look. Just look. You're out of Rhode Island, WJAR. You're former Rhode Island medical examiner, state medical examiner, Dr. Elizabeth Laposado, I hope I'm saying that correctly, came and testified. And she said those injuries were not consistent with getting hit by a car. So, you know, it's when you look at the physics, the science that's provided by ARCA, and then you look at the medical testimony and the medical evidence, whether it be from Dr. Elizabeth Posada or from the state of Massachusetts' own medical examiner, Dr. Shorty X. She said, all right, that she could not conclude that he wasn't hit by a car. In other words, it's possible. And the abrasions to the arm. And so much so, she could not conclude the manner of death. She could not conclude it was homicide. So, I mean, the evidence was overwhelming, compelling. But still, it took us 3.5 years and 2 trials.
How, maybe last question for me, how is Karen feeling?
Elated.
What is the spirit? What is the spirit?
Elated. And also her attorneys. I mean, you know, this was their fight too. I mean, the hours they put in. People see Bob Alessi or Alan Jackson doing a cross. That cross, all right, an order of proof has to be developed over several days. You just can't go in cold. You have to develop that. And same thing with the summation. Alan Jackson's summation, which so many people remarked on, all right, was just, you know, so much on the point. I mean, hours. I know he went through multiple iterations. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Sure. Does the family want, because I know Karen says she wants justice for Dawn, does the family want the case reopened to figure out what happened here?
We don't have that power to even, you know, make that wish. We just don't. They have had the resources to look at this case over the last 3.5 years. Given they knew the evidence from ARCA, they knew the evidence from the medical experts, they knew the public, all right, was upset. Overwhelmingly, the public overwhelmingly upset about what was going on here. Well, they've always had the resources to look at it. So it's, you know, what they choose to do, they'll do. And if they don't, you know, it's now been 3.5 years. How much of that evidence has been destroyed? Who knows? So,
Would it be something that she would advocate for?
We just want our lives back. She's got her life back. As she made a statement outside of the court today, I don't know if you were out there. It was incredible, wasn't it? By her fighting for her freedom, fighting for her factual innocence, through multiple hearings over the last 3.5 years, 2 trials. That was her, if you will, her statement that not only am I factually innocent, and I am being wrongfully accused and charged here. Other eyes need to be brought on this to look at this. So.
Can you please press pause, Ms. What the Fuck? All right, so I've been madly typing away here to try and find out, asking Grok, asking Google what Bill Reed, Mr. Reed, Daddy Reed, if you will, what his profession was before he retired. And he was a program manager at Raytheon, a defense contractor, before his retirement. And Raytheon is an American aerospace and defense company, now part of RTX Corporation, following its merger. Something, lots of words, that. Carry on, Ms. What the Fuck.
I know you guys covered a lot already.
Thank you.
Getting her life back, what does that even look like now?
I don't think our lives will ever be the same. You know, I mean, this case started off, it was once a time we had trouble generating media interest in this, and now, you know, it's become a national, if not international, sensation. And why? Why? Is it because there's a Hollywood attorney involved? A relatively young, successful woman? No, it's because of, all right, all of the dynamics associated with that. What happened? All right, a cop lost his life, found on the lawn of another cop. All right, and you've seen much of the testimony, and then alleged cover-up, corruption, has all of the facets for something that's so intriguing as well as alarming. So, okay.
Thank you.
There it is, Daddy Reed.
Yes. So along with Daddy Reed, we have an interview with him and Mrs. Reed that I have queued up.
You're so amazing. Thank you so much. I'm just coughing here, dying.
Oh, you're fine. Take your time. I'm trying to get this ready. It's in a different format, so I had to make sure that it works. And this one's kind of short, so actually I think there's 2 parts to it. So let me just get this. There we go.
Feel like I'm floating. That's what Karen Reed's mom said a short time ago. Reed's parents gave 25 investigators reporter Ted Daniel their first
Pause
sit-down
again.
interview since Reed was acquitted of her most serious charges. And Ted joins us now in studio. Ted, you traveled south to speak to the Reeds.
Sorry,
Mark,
Miss What the Fuck. Could you pause again?
Reed at their
Ms. What the Fuck just back private chatted me and said I thought he was the dean at Bentley University, and I was typing in Google, was he professor? Was he this? Was he that? And Grok and YouTube both told me those things. I said Karen Reed of Massachusetts. I said Mansfield. Grok fucked me. No lube. So, so thank God for Ms. What the Fuck. And my research skills are horrendous. So that, yeah, because I thought professor, dean, I thought he had he does. I thought he had an academic past. And so that makes a lot more sense. Dumb. I thought I won't just say something because I was going to say he was a professor. Although I better proper research it. And I couldn't even do that. So clip it.
I'm going to clip the part where you said that Grok proper fucked you, no lube. That's the part I'm clipping.
All right, back to it. Thank you for clarifying.
Their home in Dighton, where Karen has also been living. They just returned from Boston Seaport, where they spent the night with their daughter and her team celebrating until 2 in the morning.
Alan Jackson came up to me moments before that jury came in, and he squeezed my back and he said, looked at my wife and he said, guys, we got this.
Bill and Janet Reed, 24 hours after the verdict, heard across the country.
I knew then I only had to hear one not guilty, and I knew it was going to be okay. And I grabbed Bill and Nathan. They were sitting on the side of me just to hold them, and their arms were both shaking.
Bill Reed says the cheers outside the courthouse did not go unnoticed.
When they erupted, it made me proud to be an American. You know, that people were behind us, and when it erupted and filtered through that courtroom.
Janet Reed tells me she hopes her daughter is able to get time away from Massachusetts. She says the 1-year probation she received for her drunk driving conviction does not prevent her from leaving the state.
I mean, it has to be the most expensive DUI conviction in the history of prosecutions, right?
I can't think of one that's even close.
Defense attorney and law tuber Peter Tragos says the O'Keefe family can still pursue their wrongful death lawsuit against Reed in civil court. He believes the civil case would be stronger had Reed been convicted of murder.
If they would have got this conviction, it's a slam dunk case, and they're just trying to prove how much. What is it worth? What is John O'Keefe's life worth? They would have just been arguing about damages if this would have been a guilty verdict.
The O'Keefe family has a much different view of what happened. They believe Karen Reed got away with murder. Reed herself with her family members and legal team in Boston still when we spoke with her parents. I'm Ted Daniel for your local station, Boston 25 News.
Okay, let me see if there was more. I think that was it for this one. And then we have cheese, but we also have Daddy Reed with a Lexus shirt, rocking a Lexus shirt outside with Nathan Reed is our next one.
What a boss. I love him. Like fuck you everybody, Lexus bullshit. Lexus don't have teeth. We all know that.
You've had the day, right? A little bit of time to maybe have some celebrations yesterday. How are we feeling right now?
Go ahead.
Relieved. First and foremost, proud. Karen, proud of this legal team, proud of my parents.
Still numb. You know, you after living 3.5 years of this nightmare, this terror, this fright, up against this power of the state, its unlimited resources to come after you. It's a nightmare. It's been hell, as I've said on many, many occasions. And right now, to have it over, it seems surreal. No, we were up till 2:30, 3 o'clock at the seaport. We're tired, we're numb, but we're so grateful. We're so blessed to Almighty God that we have this outcome. Yeah.
When you're sitting or standing maybe in the courtroom, waiting for that outcome, what's going through your mind? Like, can you kind of walk me through your internal thoughts there?
Well, it's very, it's something I would not wish on anyone who has a loved one, whether it be a significant other or a child. And the child can be 45, as in Karen's case, or it can be 15, or whatever it may be. I mean, so many days. You think of the first trial went on for multiple months. There have been multiple hearings, and now the second trial, multiple months, multiple witnesses over the course of the last 2+ years. And you see these court officers, and they're very professional, very kind, very accommodating, good morning, have a nice weekend, so on and so forth. But in that moment when it's announced the jury has a verdict, you'll see 2 or 3 of those officers come behind your daughter and stand there. And their position is to be sure that if a guilty is announced, and it carries with it a likely imprisonment, that they're going to immediately cuff her. And that idea of embracing her or holding her and being able to kiss her and walk out with her is gone. That is unnerving, and I've always felt that. And that's why we marshaled every resource we could, drained every account we could, galvanized every effort among women who really started a lot of this, because many of them have felt objectified, dehumanized, victimized, not respected, and have identified with Karen that
daily
grace, that fight, that resolve to not give up. And I tell you, if it had not been for them, they're in the thousands, and I've met many, I won't say I've met thousands, but I've met several hundred women at standouts outside of court, and I'll say to them, thank you so much. And I'll hear things, I wish I would have had a father like you, and I'll say them, I'm sure you didn't. They'll say, no, you didn't. I said, well, with all respect, the fact that you're here, it has to be some DNA imparted on you that came from him, so be proud of, your dad. And I mean that, So the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, but we're grateful for him. Everything comes to an end, and this nightmare is over, and so gratified and so fortunate we had this great team of lawyers. I mean, as you saw them, they're just so passionate, so smart, so dedicated, and have so much fight, so much resolve. We're very, very fortunate.
Anna Banana High.
When you think of
Anna Banana High, does anyone know why we haven't heard a peep from or about Brian Higgins? I mean, I think that it's getting pretty hot around the collar for Higgins. He's apparently put his house on the market. He's hiding. Hi, good to see you. Yeah, I think he's hiding. Yes. It would bode him well to be maybe he's got the feds breathing down his neck. I don't know.
Birchmore case that happened in Norfolk County, investigated by some of the same who were part of the Karen Reed case. And I'm not going to, deceive myself into thinking Karen Reed and Sandra Birchmore are 2 outliers on a data point curve, and that there are not others who have been victimized, but maybe haven't been as lucky and as blessed as we have to have this movement and to have these attorneys so smart, so dedicated to fight for Karen's freedom. And
Karen's right there with them. She really is. She's so strong. In many ways, she's a leader of this movement as well. They see a bit of themselves in Karen, whether it be just their gender or what she's gone through. But, you know, the lawyers have talked about it, whether it be Alan, David, Bob, Liza, all of them have talked about how Karen is really an integral part of this defense team. And she was from the very beginning.
Have you talked to Karen today?
Oh, sure.
You know, we were with her this morning, with her last night in the seaport.
Right.
And we talked to her a couple of times today.
How's she feeling?
Elated. She's just waking up today from a nightmare. She was telling us when she went back after court yesterday and after the verdicts and her freedom, and she went back to her hotel room where the entire defense team was staying and looked at her various attire, her suits that she wears, and she said, okay, the immediate thought was, what am I going to wear tomorrow? And it just hit her. Well, there is no more tomorrow. So, you know, just so happy for her and so proud of her. And we're blessed. We're blessed that the good Lord has seen this to a justifiable end, for sure.
Nathan, I asked you this question earlier too. What's next for Karen? Maybe a book in the works, or what are we thinking here?
I don't know what she's going to do. I think a book is a possibility, you know, about these experiences, her life, her story. You know,
Please write a book,
and
Karen.
even before this, you know, what she's done for a living and her health issues that she's had, those challenges make for quite a story. And then you add in, obviously, these legal issues and the family and everything. I think there's a book there somewhere down the road.
Do you think she'll stay in the area?
I don't know. That's up to her. You know, we'd love her, whatever she wants to do.
Yeah.
Whatever she wants to do. She wants to go to California, Florida, stay in New England Circle.
Go to Australia.
Yeah.
I noticed, Bill.
Yes. Sorry, yes. Come to Australia, Karen. Come to Australia. We can hang out. We can be best. Sorry. Oh, I haven't watched this, obviously. Yikes. Whew. Come to Australia. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Australia has entered the chat. Okay.
And really, as I walked up here, it's all about getting back to normal. You guys are doing the yard work. You're working around the house. Is this the first time you've really been able to do these things?
Well, it's the first time this week, and it's the first time in the three and a half years, whether it be plowing this driveway or whether it be doing lawn work last year or spreading mulch. It's the first time I've done anything leisurely in 3.5 years.
Look, I'm in
where
their
I haven't
window.
had in the recesses of my mind that threat that I could lose Karen. And that's very comforting. That's the power of Almighty God.
We talked about it just an hour or two ago. The difference feels like you can actually put your phone down today and not worry, is there, you know, a concerning call or text coming through. And today feels, I don't want to speak for my father, but it feels like there's that relief thereof. It's okay. If I miss the call, everything's probably okay.
Yeah. No parent, no loved one should experience what I've experienced, and my wife and my son here just should not. The justice system should be in place that at various levels there are gatekeepers who evaluate the evidence, who evaluate the strength or weaknesses of the case, and make an astute, informed, and proper decision. And when you think of what's happened in this case, the Department of Justice, federal government was involved, provided 3,000 plus pages. Also the ARCA, the scientists from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia area, who concluded based on their independent study that the injuries to John O'Keefe were not the result of being struck by that vehicle, nor was the damage to the vehicle the result of striking a 6'1", 216-pound individual.
Never too
And
late.
then it was the Department of Justice that also provided you with the infamous Proctor text. And then with all of that, they still go forward. And then on March 19th, 12 days before retrial 2 launches, they fire the lead detective. They fire me, the lead detective. And we still had to be put through the ringer. People may say it's absurd, it's scandalous. In our position, it's frightful.
It's scary. Truly.
So nobody, and I would tell everyone who can watch this, take back your government. Get out there and vote. Do not be apathetic. Get out there and make your vote count and hold your leaders accountable. And if you don't like what you see, hold them accountable by changing your vote and going elsewhere. But that's the power of America, the power of your vote. There are 800,000 people living in Norfolk County, the richest county in Massachusetts, by the way. And my understanding is only 70,000 of them, less than 10%, voted in the last election. Wow. So it's important. Get out
Do something
there,
about that.
Take back, make your voices heard.
Put something up.
Yeah.
Anything else that you guys want to say that I have not asked?
I would say in regards to the supporters,
Yes.
They put us over the top. That level of support, what we heard in that courtroom yesterday, you know, when you're in there, there's a 3 to 5 minute delay between what's said there and what's maybe coming through on the TV or on radio and what people are hearing outside on their phones. And when we heard not guilty and the crowd goes nuts, was palpable. It came through your body. It was like Mick Jagger or Taylor
all
Swift
around the
came out on
world.
stage at
All
Gillette.
around the
And place
world.
went nuts. I mean, Mass State Police told us as we were leaving, there were better than 3,000 people outside, supporters, just lining the streets. Security everywhere. It's amazing. That's because of Karen. It's because of her story. That's because of the team and her supporters. So a huge thank you to her supporters. And I know a ton of them come out of Rhode Island. We see it. We've seen it at standouts in Rhode Island. I work in Rhode Island. I see it constantly. So all around New England, all around the globe.
Yeah, to hear that applause and it reverberate through that courtroom, and everybody heard it. It was just, for one of the few times over the last three plus years, I was proud to be an American. I said, this is what it's about. And thank God I had them, behind me. It was just, gave you goosebumps when it just riveted through the court, and it was unmistakable. And when we came out, all right, it was just
all over again.
Yeah,
round
all over
two.
again. Yeah.
Alan Jackson said to us, he hugged us in another courtroom before we walked out. And he just looked at us and went, I'll never forget that sound.
Yeah.
And we won't either.
Gives me chills as you're explaining it now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anything else that you guys want to say?
Thanks for making the story part of your broadcast, in your newscast, and then I know you typically run some special focus of it in maybe the 7 o'clock hour with Gene Valicenti and Katie Benoit. So we appreciate that. The more people learn about it, and then they do their own investigation, 90% come to the same conclusion. Karen Read was and is factually innocent. So thank you.
Amen. Amen. Hey, before we go to the next clip, Ms. What the Fuck, I just want to say thank you to our beautiful friend Tru Crime Butterfly for the coffees. Thank you for all your hard work and commitment covering Karen Read. You and your community are such a blessing and have really helped me understand what was happening in this case. # Karen Read freed. Thank you, Butterfly. I'm going to send that over to Miss Mandy Rax per my promise for tonight, but thank you so much. So we've got $30 buy me a coffees for Miss Mandy Reacts in her fight for justice. Justice against breast cancer. Fuck that shit. Fuck cancer. So just a reminder, we are fundraising for Miss Mandy Reacts tonight. She has a cash app. It's scrolling down the bottom, Real Miss Mandy, and I'm donating all of my buy me a coffees from tonight's lives. So that. And thank you all for being here. Now, what do we got next? We got Howie Carr is What the Fuck.
Yeah, so this is the first interview that AJ did, full interview. He went on Howie Carr, which is a radio show that Turtle Boy usually goes on. And he goes on there. He was going on pretty much every day after trial, but he goes on there a lot anyways. And so AJ went on and does a great little interview. It's about 17 minutes long. And so I have that one ready.
Let me just change this then. Just me and Howie hanging out.
Maybe you can put your face over Howie and just pretend to be the one asking AJ questions.
Yay.
Okay, all right.
844-500-4242. Just about 23 hours ago, Karen Read was acquitted of all the major charges, found not guilty of murder, not guilty of manslaughter, etc. And it is a pleasure to be joined this afternoon by her attorney, Alan Jackson, who did such a fantastic job in the trial, both trials actually. Alan Jackson, thank you so much for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show.
It's my pleasure, Howie. Thanks for having me.
So were you ever in any doubt, or how much doubt were you in as to whether or not you could get a fair trial in Norfolk County the second time around?
Oh, how much doubt was I? I was in enormous doubt. I mean, I never doubted the evidence. I never doubted her innocence. I never doubted Karen's, the just result should be that Karen walked out of that courtroom in the front door, through the front door, not the back. But did I doubt whether or not I could get a fair trial? About every single minute of every single day. Yeah. I doubted it significantly.
Yeah. What was
I think we may be the only duo, lawyer and client, who has gotten back-to-back acquittals on murder charges. I mean, we got back-to-back acquittals. When has that ever happened?
Double jeopardy. And I thought you were going for triple jeopardy yesterday when they brought back they said, oh, we don't have a verdict after all. I mean, you're going into the record books. You got two murder acquittals here in a row.
Yeah, I don't know that I'll ever meet another lawyer who can claim that. Yeah, this team has gone through the gauntlet.
What was it like having basically the judge tied your hands, the defense's hands behind your backs, didn't she? What was that? What was that like?
Things. It was difficult. I mean, that was the challenge, right? So So Hank Brennan came on as this, sort of self-proclaimed stalwart of justice. We're going to make sure
Sorry
that
about
Karen
the
Reed gets a fair
moving.
trial.
God.
That was
I don't
just
know.
anything but that. The Commonwealth had a theme and a theory going into this case that they did not want the jurors, in my view, they did not want the jurors to actually hear the evidence. They had no interest in having the jurors presented with the truth and the evidence on both sides, even playing field. Everything they did strategically was to try to hide evidence, try to hide witnesses, try to hide experts from the jurors. They filed motion after motion after motion. Well, that's one thing. I mean, I can handle a prosecutor. I can beat most prosecutors with my hands tied behind my back. I know evidence very, very, very well. The problem is when the judge is on the Commonwealth side and tends to lean toward the Commonwealth, that makes life very difficult. And I've got example after example after example of the Judge Cannoni making very bizarre rulings that just did benefit the Commonwealth over the defense. And they're myriad.
Yeah, we would get people would be texting in and saying, why doesn't Jackson object to this or that? And I said, after, he's been overruled, his objection's been overruled about 1 million times in a row. I mean, he's just pissing off the jury if he keeps objecting because he knows what's going to happen, right?
So the court is a theater, right? There is a theater to courtroom advocacy. And part of it is playing to the audience. And the audience is not the public at large. The audience is not the bloggers. The audience is 12 folks, or in this case, 18 folks sitting in a jury box. I had to play the odds. There was a witness that I took, Howie. This is still just shocking to me. There was a witness that I took on direct examination. It's direct. And it's an expert. And just allowed to lead experts. In every state in the union, you can have moments where you lead experts. Every question I asked was objected to by Hank Brennan, and 100% of his objections were sustained. I've never seen that in 30 years of practice. Literally, I think it was 49 objections and 49 sustained objections by Hank Brennan and the judge. Talk about trying to keep the information from the jurors. It's not like I was abusing my position trying to get information in that was not relevant. I just had to ask the question 17 different times in 5 different directions to get the information in front of the jury. I've never had a situation where the judge sustained every single objection by the prosecution. That's never happened. Statistically, it's impossible.
How about the fact when Brennan would kind of drift off and you would ask a tough question and she would ask Brennan, objection, counselor? I've never seen that in court. Have you?
No, never. It certainly seemed like the Judge Cannoni had an idea of what she thought should be presented to the jury and how she thought it should be presented to the jury instead of just being, calling the balls and strikes. That's what she's there for. Her job is very, very it's simple. She is a gatekeeper of the evidence, for sure. Absolutely. So you don't want to allow abuses on either side to occur in your courtroom, but you allow the lawyers to try the cases. You allow the lawyers to direct examine the witnesses or cross-examine the witnesses. You allow the evidence to come in before the jury because ultimately the jury is the trier of fact, not the judge. The most important folks in the room are the jurors. So it struck me after a while, and it struck me in trial number 1. She did the same thing. It was just, in my view, abusive of the process, not allowing the system to just work. Let the witnesses testify, let the evidence come in, and let the jurors weigh the evidence, and then let the advocates argue about the weight of the evidence. That's a trial in and of itself. It's not difficult.
What would if you could speak directly to Judge Cannone, what would you say to her in criticism of what she did?
Well, I have to be careful. I am an officer of the court in every jurisdiction in which I'm pro hoc, and I can imagine I may be back here in Massachusetts again. I doubt I'll be in front of Judge Cannone. But my suggestion would be just do better. Don't try to put your thumb on the scale. No judge should ever try to put your thumb on the scale. Let the evidence get before the trier of fact in a fair and, above all else, an impartial way. I did not feel this was an impartial judge. I just didn't. And I don't think anybody who's watching would argue with that.
What about the district attorney, Michael Morrisey, who got 3,000 pages of evidence from the FBI, pretty much conclusively proving that your client did not strike John O'Keefe, and yet he went out and spent close to $500,000 to hire his own experts. What would you say to Michael Morrisey, the district attorney?
For Michael Morrisey, I have a lot more to say than I have to say to Judge Cannone. For Michael Morrisey, the overall arching comment is do better. Do better, sir. You are in the job of seeking justice. You're not in the job of winning cases. And that's what it seemed like he was doing. Not seemed like. That's all he was doing. And that's what Hank Brennan was doing. And that's what Laura McLaughlin was doing, who was writing all the papers, the abusive process, trying to keep all of our witnesses out of the courtroom. Literally, they spent hundreds and hundreds of hours filing motions trying to keep our witnesses away from the jurors. Ultimately, we were able to overcome it. But it was not easy, Howie. I got to tell you, this is one of the most challenging. This is the most challenging case I've ever tried in my life. And we didn't win because of the process. We won despite the process that was put in place in that Dedham courtroom. It was a travesty, in my view, an absolute travesty.
What was the worst thing that they kept out? The butt dials, the FBI, the solicitation of a bribe?
You just hit the nail right on the head. The FBI. How can you possibly defraud a jury by saying, okay, defense, you're not allowed to mention the fact that ARCA was hired by an independent agency, the FBI and the Department of Justice, the DOJ, and at the same time allow the prosecution to get up and cross-examine the very witnesses that were hired by the FBI and call them your employers. Are you kidding? That was not a mistake. Hank Brennan did that absolutely on purpose, and he did it because he knew he was going to get a very favorable call by the judge. We objected over and over. We said he opened the door. This is perpetrating a fraud on the jury. This was not their employer. Nowhere close to being their employer. These witnesses' employer is ARCA. Yet when we went to Sidebah, nope, you can't mention the FBI. And the Commonwealth was still able to perpetrate this just abject fraud on the jury. Now, thank God, the jurors were smart enough that they did not allow that to affect their ultimate judgment. But that's a kind of abuse that should not ever happen in an American courtroom.
Did you think that Brennan was going to seek jail time for the drunk driving?
No, I didn't. I told Karen going into the verdict watch, if you will, I sort of have the sound of the Jeopardy theme in my head when I go into verdict watch. It's brutal. It's friggin' brutal. But no, I told her over and over, look, there is a very good possibility that there's going to be an OUI conviction. Very good possibility. And that was, in some respects, that was by design, and I can explain that at a later time. But there was, in my view, no way that Judge Cannoni could actually impose some sort of draconian jail time. Nobody gets jail time in Massachusetts for first-time DUI with perfect driving record. And that's exactly how Karen came to, she's not allowed under Massachusetts statute. She is not allowed to consider acquitted charges. And I knew, in my heart of hearts, we were going to acquit her of everything having to do with with John O'Keefe with an SUV. It just didn't happen. And there was no way they could prove it happened. So she was going to be standing before the judge with a very clean record, first-time DUI, with no real information, true information about her BAC at the time of the driving. So I was not concerned that she was going to go to jail. Karen was very concerned, obviously. Anybody who's in that position thinks the guillotine is hanging over their head. Obviously, she's concerned, but I wasn't. And good for Hank for not.
I just saw a couple more Buy Me a Coffees come in the last little while, so I thought I would mention those because, as I've said before, if you didn't already know, we're raising money for Miss Mandy Reacts, our beautiful friend who has just recently discovered that she has breast cancer and is terrified and hoping that we can all send love and light and prayers her way, and if possible, some money to help with her expenses, her medication and stuff. So Cash App of Real Miss Mandy is scrolling down the bottom, and I'm donating all my Buy Me a Coffee. So I just wanted to say thank you to Vicky, Vix, Mandy. We got you, girl. Thank you so much. Where's my remarkable pen? Thank you for the coffee for Mandy, and from Grazer. Love is the original vibration that heals all and holds the universe together. Now I'm going to cry. Cancer be gone. Thank you, Grazer. So our tally now is up to $40 for Miss Mandy Reacts. If you've got any spare dollars around, I think each Buy Me a Coffee is $5, or there's the Cash App down the bottom. So thank you so much. Let's get back to AJ. Just wanted to say that.
Not seeking it, and good for Judge Cannoni for not making it an issue of it. She was given the lowest level program that everybody gets for a first-time DUI, and that's exactly what should have happened. Is
the FBI going to get involved in this, do you think?
I wish they would. I thought it was sort of a sad day for the justice system when it was announced in court that, and Mr. Brennan took great
break a leg, Laney.
Break a leg. The FBI investigation was "quote unquote" closed. I've never heard of that, Howie. In part, and keep in mind, I don't know if your listeners know it, but I was a prosecutor for 18 years before I ever represented a defendant, and I did it at some of the highest levels. I've never heard of an investigative agency announcing to the targets the investigation is closed. That has never happened. So I still have questions about that, but it is what it is. Mr. Brennan announced it in court. I took him at his word. It was to me, it was a punt on the part of the FBI. I think there's plenty of information for them plenty of evidence for them to investigate, and I think they should. And I think that if they're doing their job, they should look real close into the culture of the Massachusetts State Police, a culture that can foster somebody as dangerous as Michael Proctor and his
A cancer. I remember that's a memorable line in your opening statement. I remember that. Well, I want to play you one cut before I let you go here from Michael Proctor. What did you make of that? Have you watched that yet?
I haven't. I couldn't. I was in a celebratory mood yesterday, so I couldn't bring myself to watch.
Don't worry, AJ,
Proctor
we got you.
Do anything? I suppose I'll have to do it now. Now you've shamed me into it. I got to watch it.
I got to play you one cut though.
I
got to play you one cut as he goes over his investigative chops here. Cut 9.
Sure.
Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
Because it's blowing up into this crazy so-called conspiracy, maybe I could have avoided it by, looking at other people's cars just to say we did it. There's some witnesses maybe we could have interviewed a little sooner. But overall, myself and every detective in that office worked this case like we always do. So I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing.
No.
We work this case just like we always do. Alan Jackson.
That is the scariest phrase I think I've ever heard from a detective. Given what we now know about how this case was investigated and not investigated, for him to literally say on national TV, nah, not so much. I would work this case just the same way I'd work every other case, just like I do every other case. Every other defendant, every other defense attorney who has represented a defendant in which Michael Proctor has touched a piece of evidence should be clamoring for some sort of habeas corpus, some sort of retrial, some sort of redo, if you will, in Massachusetts. He is a disaster in terms of an investigator, an absolute abject disaster. For him to say, maybe I should have looked at another car, maybe I should have interviewed a couple of witnesses. Are you kidding? He acts like it's an afterthought. That is your job, sir. Do your job.
Sir?
Do your duty. You're supposed to be an objective finder of fact and then present those facts to a prosecutor who then presents those facts to a jury. None of that happened. None of what I just described happened. And that is day one in law school. That's day one. You learn that.
How's Karen Reed doing right now?
Phenomenal. She is the toughest woman I know. She has a steel spine. She's got no quit. She's never given up. I think we're all in a position right now. We've lived in the pressure cooker of the last 3 years of this onerous draconian system that's tried to break her and beat her down. And we've all sort of been through it. Nobody as much as she has. And I think she's just processing what it feels like to be, a truly free woman. She's buoyed by the tens of thousands, millions of supporters who have raised their voices in defense of her, and that's where she gives the credit. Look, we all worked really hard, including her. By the way, she's the unsung hero of the defense team. She's as good a lawyer as I've ever seen, and I've seen some damn good lawyers. She's as good as I've ever seen. Strategically, attention to detail, finding the evidence, finding the details. And exploiting those details and exploring those details in a courtroom, she's as good as it gets. But I think now she wants to take a beat, take a breath. She never wanted to be a lawyer. She never wanted to be in this position. I think she's probably going to a little separation from the justice system.
I hope she gets her job back at Fidelity. Alan Jackson, I'm so appreciative of you coming on and give our best to Karen. And I hope next month when you come back, you can come in and spend an hour with us talking about this case.
I'd love to. That's a gentleman's invitation. I will take you up on that.
Okay, I'll be in touch with you.
Yes. All right, chat. We're going to pause for a brief musical interlude again, because as I mentioned, we're going to work our way through the Free Karen Reed, aka Karen is Free playlist. So next up, the dogs are snoring. My mouse has just gone on sleep mode. Of course. I love that for me. Here, why don't we play this?
Good for them. I'm happy. But I just want to make sure that I am still held in the highest esteem of the system. It's not a deal breaker, but I'd like to know. Thank you.
And with that, enjoy it.
Shit goes round and round, 34.
Yours Karen's innocent. OnlyFan is outraged till the end.
Ah, I love it. I love it. I don't know. I just love it.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. All right, what we got next? We're going to relive the glory of last night, I feel.
We
Not
are.
Not my
Well, it's only a couple of clips because everybody really should just go watch the whole thing because it's like the two greatest people, in my opinion.
Amen. Hang on. There we go.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, look at with the panel. Oh my God, how exciting.
I love it.
Hang on, let me make it bigger. That's what she said. I'll make it bigger so that I look like I'm actually there almost.
You look like you're like sitting,
I was nodding like
like Bob's got his arm around you, like Alessi is like hanging with you.
Here, I fixed it.
I love it. Okay. So there's just I just pulled a couple clips. One of them, I was trying to pull two different portions and realized they butt right up against each other. So the first one's a little bit longer than the other one. But this is such a great interview from start to finish. Everybody should go watch it.
Hi, Madeline. Good to see you, darling. Yes, you should definitely watch it. So good. We're all just on pins and needles the whole time, like, oh, I was crying so much. So good. You got to watch this. So good.
Guys, was there a particular sort of, if you had to pick sort of one thing you really wanted to get into or to address that you couldn't? Is there sort of something that comes to mind? Or
Number one for me, Arco was hired by the Department of Justice. That was number one for me. That was the third rail. I don't. Does that term make sense to somebody from Canada? Do you know what the third rail is?
We've got subways.
I didn't know if it was just a Boston term, but anyway, that was off limits. That was off limits from the moment it was mentioned to the judge that the federal investigation existed, and we received the information that we did, right up until the end of the trial. I think we got the sense, no matter what happened, that we would argue open the door for that discussion. She was not going to let us go there, and she didn't. So, in light of the verdicts that we got, all's well, and I don't lose any sleep over that at all. But boy, it would have been sweet for the jury to have heard that. And I thought, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a judge, and maybe there's a reason for that. But I thought that was very relevant information. The jury should have known the genesis of how they came into the case. And we had to do it, this trial, by process of elimination. That's how we got that in. In the last trial, we had feedback from jurors. I'm sure you saw this, that some of them thought that Arco was hired by Karen's insurance company, which, that impacts their credibility in a real negative way, right?
It's not just me that saw it. Brennan saw it too. And the way I know that is because he directly asked, so you get hired by insurance companies, right? And then followed that up with, is there a reason why you didn't want to tell the jury that you get hired by, what's the jury going to think? And then we don't get to know what's in sidebars, but tell me if I'm wrong here. The sidebar immediately following that, I'm sure, was, isn't this door open?
So that's something that we can't speak to. The sidebars have all been sealed. So
fair enough.
But judges instruct juries all the time that they can use deductive reasoning and draw inferences. So I will allow the fact finders here to draw their own inferences.
I thought that was blowing the door open. I was sitting there going, they have to let the FBI in at this point because the jury, it's been directly suggested. And the other thing is that just sort of strikes me about this one is that if it's relevant, if they were hired by an insurance company, it's also got to be relevant whoever else hired them. If it bears on their credibility in any way. But I mean, I'm not.
You persuaded me.
We got a good verdict on it.
Yeah, the prosecution got to use that as a sword and a shield, and unfairly so, which I think, Ian, is one of your points. I'll tell you quickly my piece of evidence that's on the top of my list is the alternative theory as to what happened, namely that Mr. O'Keefe was not injured and was not killed at where he was located. That was someplace else. and we had solid medical and other evidence, and we were not allowed to proffer even the evidence, let alone push the theory.
Did he?
And
That's so cool. I was listening, not watching. I was listening, not watching.
isn't that a fundamental?
Fuck. Did he wave when I at my super chat? It was just I just said big Yanetti energy, big Alessi energy. Thank you. Prayers up. So okay, keep going. Sorry.
Sixth Amendment right, your constitutional right to a defense. Inherent in your constitutional right to a defense is the ability to put forth an alternative theory to that of the prosecution. And we had tremendous evidence backed by facts, backed by experts, and we were not allowed to go there. I wasn't even allowed to go there in my cross-examination of Dr. Shorty Bello, the medical examiner, who couldn't determine the manner of death. So why then wasn't it a minimum that I could pursue those questions, and I was not allowed to do so? That, I think, was an unfortunate situation, but that stuck out for me.
One of the moments that stuck out for me in hindsight, I guess, is that, and the chat will not forgive me if I don't ask this, the photos that Turtle Boy has tweeted out of the garage. And I sort of can rewind directly to where that would have been. The question of, so, I want to ask, is this going, is this consistent with the, the mark on the head? Was that sort of part of where you wanted to go with that, with, the photos there?
Unfortunately, that's another area that Ian Runkle ends up asking a tremendously good question, but we can only compliment the question and not begin an answer.
And for the people in the chat, lawyers are stuck with rules, and sometimes we end up with all sorts of, things. So please do not hold anything against them. It's just the nature of the profession. And I entirely encouraged them before we got on, like, if there's a question and you can't answer it, don't. So please do not. This is a sign of ethical lawyers. So I know it's frustrating sometimes with chats, but it is what it is. What did you guys think about the moment where they tried to get Karen Reed's communications in through Turtle Boy, or tried to get a hold of them through Turtle Boy? And there's that whole movie badass moment as suddenly the doors open and lawyers file in at the 11th hour to go, we object. What were your thoughts when that was going down and when you're having to respond to that?
I will tell you that we were downstairs in a big jury room in the courthouse.
Pause.
And
Pause.
we had a bunch of
grass is green enough. I have a feeling that's what people was us mods was saying in our Discord. God, spit it out, Shorty. It's Discord mod chat. Wait, so what? Someone in Valhalla's chat say that last night someone took Runkle's interview, edited him out, and put themselves in as though they were doing the interview. Whomever, I love your English, ma'am. That person is in big trouble. Wow. 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 Oh, is that what Kurt had? Right. Oh my God. Yikes. Record scratch. What? She says with no record scratch ready to go, but wait. The audacity. I'm scared to even restream some of the. I'm scared to bloody put Emily D. Baker up in case she strikes me. I can't imagine she would, but yikes. Had Ian on a short. Okay. That's what. Oh, it wasn't even our mod chat. It was in our Massachusetts versus Karen Reed regular channel draw. Okay. The scandal. You can't make this shit up. As if the whole. I mean, what? How many people have watched this? We'll get back to it in a second. Hang on. Side quest. Yikes. How many people at this point? Let me just walk and talk chat. Walk and talk. Not very organized whatsoever. Wait, at this point, 429,000 people or views on that interview, on this interview. So almost 500,000 views. I think everybody knows, everybody who cares, what channel did this. Hang on. Let me go back to, where is Kurt? Civil law. Is it a short, did you say? Oh, I can't find it. Somebody else find it. I can't. That he didn't say. Tony was going to ask Kurt who did it. Yeah, Tony is the inside. He's got the back door to Kurt from Uncivil Law.
It's Mike Martin podcast.
The which what?
Mike Martin podcast, Tony said.
Is he Australian? No, is he from the US? Where is he from?
I don't know. I didn't look at it. I just saw that Tony said it in the Discord.
Well, geez Louise. Jeez Louise. You can't put a link in the chat, Akasha, but if you want to put a link into Discord, then we can put it in. But yeah, no offense to you, Akasha, but you just don't have the thing. Okay. Let's get back to the real deal. That's bloody ridiculous.
Folks in there, and we were live streaming what was going on in that courtroom, and then we started.
Bob, let me interrupt you. Explain why we were in that room.
David, please.
Well, we walked into the courthouse and we wanted to go up to the courtroom, and we were diverted by a court officer to say, there's a hearing going on upstairs. You guys wait in this, conference room. So I'm sorry I interrupted, but I think that's an important piece to this.
This is just another example of my stellar co-counsel being an excellent co-counsel. Important point to make sure we start with. So with that, we are then in this diverted room, and I can't remember who it was on the team, just decided to start live streaming, and we watched, and then we were like, did they really ask that question? That involves and it implicates our client. Then the next one, and then all of a sudden someone said, we got to get up there. And so,
well, and Bob, but you're also you left out. We learned that the case upstairs, the name of that case was Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Bitch, get out the way.
Our hair just spontaneously combusted and lit on fire. And Bob led the charge upstairs. You could see how fast he entered that courtroom.
Yeah, I was basically like, we're going up, and I don't know if my feet ever touched the ground from that room. And then, of course, there's court officers outside the door, right? You just can't walk in and I'm going court proceeding. So I kind of like flew up the stairs, and the team was right with me. And then I see the court officers, and it's like, okay, Bob, you got to bring it down a notch. You got to walk professionally. You can't like run at them. And so I slowed the pace down. I went and I somewhat calmly said to the court officer outside the door, I said, excuse me, Officer X. And I know the name, I'm just trying to protect them because they did us a tremendous favor.
They're doing their job. They're not, yeah.
And so I said, there's a proceeding going on in there that we've learned is about our client, and there are statements made about our client. I said, we need to be in that room now. And to that officer's credit, he goes, okay, Mr. Alessi, I understand. Let me just check. So I believe, I don't know, he probably went and checked with whomever was the court officer in charge. Next thing you know, he opens up the door, and you saw the rest.
I was just watching it, and
I just want to add, my comment about the court officers telling us to remain downstairs. I am not alleging that they did anything that they shouldn't have done. I think it was just a directive trying to control traffic or whatever. I think it was an innocent explanation, and the court officers treated us great during this trial. So I'm just thinking to myself, is somebody going to take that the wrong way? And I just want to go on record with that.
Okay, now, thank you. We're pausing for just a moment because someone, and I know someone who sends me someone coffees, but I'm not sure if it's the same someone. So someone sent a coffee for Miss Mandy, saying, sending healing energy to you, Mandy. Stay positive and kick cancer's ass. So thank you for that, someone. We're up to 5, 10, 45 bucks for Miss Mandy. We can do more. Come on. I'll double it. Whatever's donated, I'll double, okay? Now, that was me. Thanks, someone. Laura? Someone. Well, it wasn't the someone I thought, but thanks, someone. I think they thoroughly enjoyed it. I agree. What you're doing is what the fuck? Looking for my super chat to Runkle.
I was. I was. She caught me slipping. I was distracted. I have another clip from this, and then I have one other thing related to this, and then we can move on.
Okay, wait.
Anything other than just working entirely as a team. Have you guys formed is a bond? Is there going to be? Are you guys going to all stay in touch, or have you?
Can I answer this because I thought of something appropriate to mention here. I had one of my best friends was starting a new job at a firm in his late 30s, and I checked in with him and I said, hey, have you met anybody there that is a good guy or made a connection? And he said, Dave, he said, you got to understand something. You have gone through a tremendous screening process. I've met people in elementary school and high school and college and after college. I've met thousands of people, and you've made it through that screening process, and you're my good friend. What are the chances that Bob sitting next to me at my next job is going to make it through that same screening process? The chances are so small. I'm not even interested, right? So he was like, I've got my friends, right? I, at age 62, have proven that theory wrong because I've met one of my best friends who will remain my best friend. I consider him like a brother, and he's on this screen with me right now. And I feel so fortunate that this experience and one other case that we did together has brought us together. So your question, will we stay in touch? There's not a doubt that we will stay in touch. He's one of my best friends now. And by the way, that's taking nothing away from Alan Jackson and Liza Little and Karen Reed. I love them all like brothers and sisters, but Bob and I have a special connection.
Yeah, I agree completely with David, and not to try to do a one-up, but I'm 5 years older than David. So my, finding one of my best friends at 67 years old is also something I didn't think would happen, but it's happened, and it's just another joyous outcome of this trial. So absolutely, we've already started to think about the subject matter, God willing, if we're 82 on a rocking chair someplace, hopefully we'll remember some things of this trial and just sort of, hopefully, and we're sort of like throwing back of high moments, and hopefully we remember this thing when we're sitting in that rocking chair someplace with a smile on our face, as David says, enjoying the cool of the evening.
Well, that's a nice little segue about imagine finding besties. Imagine finding besties in the most unexpected places. Maybe not in the courtroom, could have been, but my wife, Steph, had her birthday through the week. Actually, it happened to be the same day that Karen was I was about to say convicted. Lord. Wait. What am I doing here? Hold that thought. Anyway, stop sharing. Why did it do that? I wrote Steph a song. Stephanie. Apparently nobody in America likes me calling them Steph, but so Stephanie. Let me check. I was here. So I was going to play that song for you because best friends forever, endlessly. Happy birthday, Steph. I love you very much. Everyone get your crying gum. It's very sweet. It won't sound as good as it does in the original form, but this has also had 530 something views. Lol. Cute. Better than most of my songs, my other songs, my regular songs.
A birthday song just for my girl, Stephanie, you are my world. Laughing, crying, you and me. Wifey, holy matrimony. Koalas and kangaroos, squirrels, possums, kitties too. TED Talks, voice notes on the go. Please tell Tim I love him. So wine for me and beer for you. Show me your brand new tattoo. Houseplants, feathers, rock collections, glory box and One Direction. A birthday song just for my girl, Stephanie, you are my world. Laughing, crying, you and me. Wifey, holy matrimony. Funny how we found each other, universal twinning matters. I am you and you are me, best friends forever, endlessly. A birthday song just for my girl, Stephanie, you are my world. love you, Steph. Very, very much. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Steph. I love you very, 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 very much. Just that. Sorry if I made you cry. Pretty cute. Pretty cute. Cute. We love koalas and possums and kangaroos and opossums and raccoons and squirrels and shit. So just that. Steph is in America. She's in upstate New York, actually. God damn it. I'm crying again. It's one of those days, nights. Get your crying gum. No. All right. What do we got next, Ms. What the fuck?
I'm not crying, I swear. Okay. You're so cute. It's stupid. Stop. Okay.
Oh, but wait, actually pause. I
Okay.
also just said, I said, Stick, we call it our glory box because we're married, obviously, holy matrimony. And we said, so I started, remember, I don't know if you all remember, Steph won a raffle of all the stuff that I'd bought for someone and then other things. And so I sent that to Steph. And then she sent me a bunch of things, including, feather. Oh, they're not. I haven't got them near me at the moment. Feathers and friendship bracelets and the best bunch of things. Some Girl Scout cookies and stuff. So I just sent Steph off her glory box for her birthday. So that's coming in the next little while. Also, Motion coming in hot with the Bev sigh.
Thanks,
so long as you didn't roll your eyes like Kelly Deaver.
Stop. I'm not equipped for this right now.
Too many vapes and too much cheese for Motion to scream what the fuck granted. Lol. Jokes. All right. So.
Okay.
So. Whew.
Okay.
Jeez. Oh, what am I doing there on the screen? I'm just all over the screen today.
You're perfect right where you are. So still
That's what she
said. Still sticking with Runkle. Somebody, I don't know who this lovable person is.
Oh, it's me.
Posted another really great clip from the thing, and I thought this was awesome, so I wanted to do this one.
Social media is a very powerful tool. And we've had so much positive feedback that, it's been so gratifying to read that. And then, on the other side, we've made enemies. And there are people watching right now who hate my guts. I'm so lovable. How can you hate me? But, no, I mean, there are people that, disagree with our stance in this case. Are very angry at how hard we have pushed our defense. And I understand that, but I don't internalize it. They say whatever they want about me, and I'm sorry, but it just rolls off my back. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Let them. I love that. Yanetti lives by the let them ethos also. Very good. Very good. Hi, Patricia. Good to see you.
Oh man. All right. So next,
everybody loves Yanetti, but Motion to Scream what the fuck loves Yanetti best. Besticles, just like testicles, only better. She loves them. Love them. Him, not them. Them. Him.
all right. So next we are moving into a new category. There's different. I have categories for all of this. These are little celebratory pictures that we have up next. So just a couple of pictures to share of the team and what they did right afterwards. So the first one is a great one that Turtle Boy took with Karen right after, which is just so fantastic. And then,
the old Canton salute.
Yep. Yes. And then next up, this amazing picture. And let me see if I can get this bigger. That's what she said. I said
this. Oh, wait, I'm in the way. Oosh.
Oh, you're right. It looks like you're sitting in there. There's a chair right there. It looks like you're sitting in the chair. So this is amazing. All of them sitting there in the courtroom, or a courtroom in the courthouse. All the lawyers and the family and friends and the interns together, just incredible, beaming right after. Just, yeah.
Oh, I covered a man with your face.
That's what she said.
Wait, who did I cover? Bukkake. Wait, what? Stop. Stop. I didn't say Bukkake. I literally didn't. I wouldn't. Why would I say that?
Okay. All right, let's see what's next. Oh, okay. This amazing picture.
So good.
In Boston Herald that Jess Machado shared. Absolutely incredible. Okay. And then after that, we have, this is actually one of the first things I saved, this next one. And it cannot be played with music. I have to have the music off for it, or the sound off for it. But it's one of the first things I saved, and it made me cry like a little baby. So. And you don't need music to make it work. So
stop it. Whew. Oh. Shit. Well, shit. Well, shit.
Right?
Well, shit.
Yeah.
Woo. Okay, we're fine. I'm not crying. You're crying. Oh, we're both.
We're both crying. God damn it. We're screwed. And this is another one that we can't play with music, but it's short.
Hey, that reminds me. While there's a TikTok emblem up on screen, I have TikTok now. Apparently, I'm just a Gen X weirdo trying to find my way in TikTok. But if you have TikTok, throw me a follow. It's Miss_Scotty. No, I'm not a medical examiner. Miss_Shorty_69. So help a shorty out.
Of course, it's 69. Okay.
Hey, wait. After this, let's play your video of when we play the fixes in, let's play it with your video.
Okay.
Do you have? Yes, we might. I haven't got it uploaded in the walk and talk chat. It might sound tinny, but everyone knows what it sounds like. We'll do it with I haven't put the MP4 into the StreamYards, but yes, let's do that. Okay, let's watch Mr. Yanetti. BYE. Bye. Oh, and Mr. Jackson.
It's the whole team, which is so cool. It's like the boys.
He's so cute. Nick might need to change his pants after these AJ images. It's the only thing with putting music to things that isn't Miss Shorty music. This is TikTok, by the way. Sidebar. This is not my TikTok. That just reminded me. What? What could be more egregious? What? Can't remember the next
two
bit.
words. Do it. Do it. I'd love that.
It's shameful. It's shameful.
We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it.
Okay. And then
So
one
good.
last one. This one we can have music on, so because there's no music, it's just the audio. But this is a flashback.
Oh, good.
To where
Yes,
we
yes, yeah.
were just a year ago. Let's see. Okay.
He wants us to just shut up and quit. He wants you to shut up and quit. Quit with all the evidence. Quit with all the motions. Quit with all the arguments. Just go home and quit. Well, I have something to say directly to Mr. Morrisey right here, right now. So listen up, sir. And I'll speak slowly so you understand. Michael Morrisey, we ain't got no quit. Will not quit. And I can guarantee you, Karen Reed and her family will never, ever quit. Not until the John O'Keefe's killers are brought to justice. Karen Reed. He wants us to just shut up.
Hi, Candy. Aiden, I've only seen like not Aiden's filming of that one. I've only seen like the news footage of that. So that's fun to see Aiden in the bottom corner, like making all these facials. He's got quite blonde hair, hasn't he? Must lighten up in the summer and get a bit darker in the winter, as all blondies do.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm pulling up the next one.
So good. So good. Karen is free.
Okay. So the next section is titled Other New Stuff. And so we're going to Canton Confidential, which was, I think this was the one released that night, 3 days ago. So that was, I think that was Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. And there's just a couple of snippets in here that I wanted to go through.
It is what it is, right? The verdict is 12 people decided, and we'll move forward. It's not what we wanted, but it's what they came up with.
How is the family doing?
Not good. Not a good day. It's not a good day.
What do you think the difference was between this trial and the last one, Mr. Reed?
Another year of information circulating in the public, and people are aware of what's happened.
Is there any concern that the person who killed John O'Keefe won't be held accountable?
There's always that concern, of course.
Now, we did hear from a lot of people outside of the courthouse today after the verdict was read, and Karen Reed and the O'Keefes, they came out. We have not heard from the Norfolk County District Attorney, Michael Morrisey. It will be interesting to hear what he has to say about this verdict. Glenn and JC, back to you.
John Maroney, thank you. We're also hearing from a lifelong family friend of the O'Keefe family who did not want to be named, writing, quote, "Today's verdict was a devastating end to a 3.5-year nightmare. John O'Keefe was a great person who died unnecessarily. And despite all of the evidence pointing to one and only one person, she will not face any repercussions for her actions."
We also heard from the McCabe and Albert families who wrote in a joint statement, quote, "Today, our hearts are with John and the entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserve better from our justice system. While we may have more to say in the future, today we mourn with John's family and lament the cruel reality that the prosecution was infected by lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media. The result is a devastating miscarriage of justice."
It's fucking bullshit. They're vile people. By the way, we'll be watching some clips from the McAlbert's current press junket and Proctor's press junket in our next stream. There's a portal, a redirect already set up. We'll be starting on the YouTubes and then heading over to Kick for a fun night of roasting these murderers, which is it's an oxymoron. There's no roasting of fun. There's no fun night with murderers, but you know what I mean. Candy says
Again,
that statement was inappropriate at best. Sorry, that statement was inappropriate at best, right, Candy? Night, Hanks. Thank you so much. Mwah. Free Karen Reid? No, Karen is free.
Guilty of OUI, meaning today's verdict could be the most expensive drunk driving conviction in the state of Massachusetts.
In the United States, probably.
Wow. Yeah. With the conclusion of the second trial, some of the costs to taxpayers are starting to come into sharper focus. As we told you months ago, when the DA's office hired him for this case, Hank Brennan is charging taxpayers a rate of $250 per hour. State payroll records show Brennan has collected more than $250,000 so far. However, it's important to point out that his most recent invoice is for work completed through January. According to documents we obtained, that means taxpayers are still on the hook for everything he's done since February, including the entire trial. A conservative estimate brings his pay up to $400,000. For comparison, Adam Lally, who prosecuted the first trial, has a salary of $149,000. His boss, DA Michael Morrisey, is the highest paid person in the office at $223,000. Legal analyst Michael Coyne expects Brennan's pay to be even higher because it's not uncommon for attorneys to work 16-hour days during a trial. He estimates the special prosecutor surpasses $500,000 in cost. So besides the costs inside the courtroom, we know from the first trial there are other big ticket items for taxpayers.
Yeah, law enforcement had a large presence, we know, outside Norfolk Superior Court to enforce that buffer zone to provide security for the defense, the prosecution, for jurors as they came and went each day. After the first trial, state police said they spent more than $250,000 tied to staffing. The vast majority of the trooper hours clocked in as overtime shifts. With this trial lasting almost exactly the same amount of time, we probably should expect to see something in that ballpark. It's not just the state. Local police are also providing resources. In Dedham alone, a town spokesperson said through the end of last week, taxpayers in that community have spent roughly $91,000 on police staffing for the trial. So most of these costs are centered around the courthouse in Dedham, but we know taxpayers are shouldering the burden in other towns as well. It's not confined to the borders of Dedham.
Yes, there's definitely a ripple effect, most notably in Canton, where John O'Keefe was found on the front lawn
Actually,
of a home
pause.
on Fairview Road more
Is
than
what
3
the
years
fuck?
ago.
So that's US dollars, right? Which sounds like a lot to you all. Let me just do a quick. Oh, she should have already done this, right? USD to Australian dollars. So let's go conservative. Let's just put in Hank Brennan's. Let's call it 250,000 is the same as Australian $386,249.50 at the moment. Let's say he gets paid 400,000. Wait, that's 400,000. That's 600. It's almost $618,000 Australian. Well, fuck. Yikes.
Ago. As scrutiny of the case increased, Canton residents voted to approve an independent audit of its police department. That report came with a price tag of $200,000. Town leaders released the findings in April, just as the second trial got underway. While the audit detailed a number of missteps during the investigation, particularly evidence collection, it did not amount to a conspiracy or a cover-up. We will now wait to find out other costs for the second trial, like how much the Commonwealth paid for some of its expert witnesses. Everything we just listed adds up and could come close to $1 million when it's all said and done.
Well, what do you know? That's a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh my God. So if you added up the police presence, Brennan's salary, plus also Lally and what's her name? McLaughlin, Laura McLaughlin, all the court officers, the security, the everything, that's a couple of $1 million to that county for that trial, for just that one trial, surely.
Yeah. Yep.
What do we got next? I should know. I don't know.
Did you want to?
Can I read it? I can read it on this one. I can read it here on this screen. God, my eyes are so bad. So the MSP put out a statement today, and it says, Massachusetts State Police extends its sincere condolences to the loved ones of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The events of the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions and take concrete steps to deliver advanced investigative training, investigative training, ensure appropriate oversight and enhance accountability. Under my direction as Colonel, the state police has and will continue to improve in these regards. Well, fuck. Our focus remains on delivering excellent police services that reflect the value of professionalism and maintain public trust.
Yeah.
Interesting. Lip service, huh?
And so that one was released the day after. So that was on the 19th. It's the day after, I think. And then the State Police Association of Massachusetts, I don't know the difference. I'm sure I'm sure there's a difference and somebody will explain it to us. Released this today, which is really small.
Small dick, long balls.
Okay, here we go. Can you read it or you want me to read it?
Oh, maybe you should read it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you read it.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, man.
So this one is, the association continues to send its sincere condolences to the family of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The jury has spoken, and we remain respectful of the process. However, since the beginning of this trial, there have been numerous attacks and accusations against our troopers and sergeants. Careers have been lost, families have been devastated, and many lives have been changed forever. As our current and former members continue to be the subjects of baseless accusations, it is important to remember that the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe has been investigated with great scrutiny by both the members of the State Police Internal Affairs and the FBI. To date, there has yet to be any information that this investigation was compromised in any way.
What?
Yeah. We remain steadfast in our commitment to represent the men and women of the State Police Association and are forever grateful for the work our members do every day to serve the citizens of the Commonwealth.
Right. Interesting. That's interesting. We at Camp Shorty are moving towards adding in some pre-recorded true crime, and I hate that phrase, but true crime content, some videos with a different kind of a vibe, more scripted and stuff. Like, I'm a wannabe Stephanie Harlow, wannabe Grizzly True Crime. Let me have a dream. But one of the cases I have ready to go, Shorty ready to go, I have in mind, is the case of the police union, Boston Police Union president, Patrick Rose, who was in 2022 convicted of sex offences against minors. And there's a crossover. And the cover up of it, because it was from years before that these offences occurred, and the cover up that ensued, and there's a crossover in the time that this now imprisoned Delight was the president, the head of the Boston Police Union, director, president, I should know, chief perhaps. And when Big Bad Brian Albert was with the Boston PD, I mean, we don't need any real proof that there's top to bottom systemic, thick blue wall shit going on. Kelly Dever is a fair showing of that she is a rookie, was called into the commissioner's office to be reminded to do the right thing and to cleanse her memory of false memories and reinstate the truth. Lol. So that's a story coming up that I think is relevant and concerning. So that. Yes, and thank you for the reminder. I've got to clear my throat for 1 second. Hang on, because vapes and cheese are so good for you. Delightful. And yes, another bunch of coffees coming in from Mandy's Shorty Connection. mysterious. Sending positive white light and healing energy. That's 25. So thank you for those. What's my mathematics? I think that gets 45 plus 25. 50, 70 bucks. And I said I'd double it. Fuck. If we get to 100, I won't. No, that's not how it works. I'll double it. Ay. So thank you so much for supporting our beautiful friend Miss Mandy, who is at the beginning of a journey that no one should have to endure. So thank you. And send your prayers also. Love it. Light up. God. Fuck. That wasn't very nice to say at the end of that. Right? Ruthie says, thank you, Boston Police. I wanted to say borderline personality, but that's not right. Thank you, Boston Police Officer Deva, we'll say it right, for helping Karen Reid's not guilty verdict. Yeah, Deva and you, Bukkake, right? Suck it, you pieces of shit. Suck it. So, sweet baby Jesus. What do we got next, woman?
Okay, so next up, this one, so that gentleman, using the term lightly, I suppose, John Jackson, was a guest on Vinnie Politan's show.
Ah, right, yes.
Good. He's a piece of work, but Vinnie does a great job handling him. I was very impressed with that.
Good. I haven't seen this.
He is a close friend of John O'Keefe.
Oh, this guy.
They were good friends since college. I can understand this can't be easy, but I need you to help us understand what it's like from the other side. That story hasn't been told enough. How are you personally handling what transpired and the verdict in this case?
That's the lead-in. That's the lead-in to this. That's the footage of the lead-in to this. That's Vinny. We saw you out there. We saw you with your pink tie. We saw you just bathing in the sea of pink.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Didn't wear a pink tie, John. Didn't wear a pink
tie,
John.
So you hold it up. You held it up, right?
No, I didn't. I held up a red tie, John. If you've watched me, if you've watched my career, so every verdict I wear a red tie. So I switched from the purple. From the purple.
The career is interesting.
Okay, this is the way it's going to go. Let's go.
The career is fantastic. The career is fantastic. Look, up until this case, we all watched you. We all did. We all watched, any case that had any kind of interest to us, we watched. But I just watched that interview with that juror. Well, I was here to talk about something completely different. And it's unfortunate because...
Okay, let's talk about whatever you want to talk about, John. I'll give you an opportunity. It's not a problem.
I can't believe what I just heard from that. I mean, I just watched the show, so I can't believe what I just heard that juror say. So many things. I mean, I just went over it. I couldn't believe what I was listening to.
Dude.
Believes the dog bite theory, but they didn't really present it at trial. Those are her words. Barros, she talked about Officer Barros. She apparently missed the cross-examination, although she did hat tip to Mr. Hank Brennan for his cross-examinations. But hey, look, I love to talk about Johnny.
John, let me give you an opportunity. You could talk about whatever you want. As a guest on this show, you can talk about whatever you want right now. You've got the microphone. We've got the camera. You have a question for me. If you want to talk about the juror, the way she saw the case, that's fine. You've answered my question that I have already. I sense that you are absolutely livid. You're unhappy. There's a sense of anger. So my question's answered.
Yeah.
I'll give you an opportunity to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
So let me just run through it. Okay, it's been a couple days. So the first couple days, obviously we were all together when the verdict came out, and it was rough, man. It was you sat through the whole case and you watched everything come and go, all the evidence come and go, and look, to us, the prosecution put on a good case, and to us, that data from her car and from Johnny's cell phone told the whole story, right? So we're not hearing too much about that right now from these jurors. I'm a little surprised. Look, I came out that night. I said, look, we respect
we respect the jury's decision. I mean, that's how it is, and it's okay. That's the process. I'm to be honest, I'm stunned at what I just saw. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I wasn't really there until I just saw that interview, and it kind of put me there. It is literally like the social media side of this and the blogging side of this and the law tuber side of this just came out of that juror's mouth. I'm actually stunned. I was calm. I wasn't here, but I can't believe I just heard it. It kind of put me in a position, and I'm sorry. Didn't mean to start off that way. And then
hey, John, your emotions are real. You're entitled to your emotions.
Of course they are.
This is an incredible loss. And I've seen cases of not guilties before. I know it can be crushing. I know it can create anger. And I just want to hear it. I want to hear your...
Pause, please. Sorry, what the fuck? Tony, you have to go back by what, 5 minutes? What the fuck? 5 minutes and just watch it on 2x speed to get back up to time. Not you, Ms. What the fuck, Tony. And like this guy, this is that friend of Officer John O'Keefe's who's been in all the things. He usually wears a baseball cap. He's in the documentaries and shit. He just goes off. It's hectic. Okay, please play.
Your side of this. So hearing what we heard from juror number 11 tonight and the way things went down, where do you point blame anywhere for why this result came out, a result that you don't believe in at all?
Yeah, so obviously there's a couple places we'd like to put some blame, but let me start off again. We respect the process, right? If the process is fair, if there's no fingers on the scale, we respect the process, and the jurors spoke, so that's it, right? I mean, we understand that's it, but
oh, Vinny's
what we don't appreciate is
hi, Cheryl.
The narrative that got away from us pretty early was a false narrative. So, trial 1, trial 2, both of them, in the popularity of the movement grew, and as the movement grew, it drew in more and more media types, traditional media, new media, drew them all in, and they went and chased the clicks, and they chased the likes, and they chased the popularity, which is fine. That's what they do. But what we feel is that at some point, I mean, look outside that courthouse, right? The family heard the cheers.
Yeah, innocent woman,
Brother,
dickhead.
Friend, son. They heard the cheers, and it was
innocent woman.
Right, so
innocent woman.
The media needs to take responsibility for their part in this. I'm not saying it's totally there, but for their part in this, for allowing themselves to choose sides, for allowing themselves to be part of the fuel.
We chose the side of the truth, dickhead.
And wound up outside.
We chose the side of the truth. We chose facts. We used critical thinking. I came into this trial last year with a completely open mind. I had leanings towards innocence, but I'm really objective. I'm pretty good at being objective, and very quickly saw what everybody else saw. Salty also came into this particular trial kind of thinking maybe Karen hit him but didn't mean to. No way murder, but maybe manslaughter. Salty is full free Karen Reid now. We'll be talking to her next weekend. Get the fuck out of here. The cognitive dissonance in these people is wild, and I feel for them. I feel for them. But sir, wow, Vinny, what a professional. I love Vinny now. We came in so hot. Let's go. Oh my God.
Side of that courthouse. So yeah, some of the blame goes there.
So Go ahead. No, continue. I don't want to cut you off. I thought you were done. Continue.
Look, so the problem is for us too. We've lived this for 3.5 years, and we've every piece of evidence that came in, both sides. We can be objective about it and say when things went poorly for us and when things went well for us, and it just even when things went well for us. Again, juror 11 here. There was look, Miss. Hank
He's
Brennan,
big mad.
Adam Lally, Attorney McLaughlin, they put on a good case, and it's unfortunate because I'm looking now. This doesn't look like it ever had a chance, It doesn't. A couple of other jurors I've spoken to, and I wasn't going to go there with this, but that I can't even. Literally raw emotions are coming out here, so that's not where I wanted to go tonight. I wanted to be calm and talk about Johnny and the pain that this family is definitely experiencing.
They don't have to be mutually
And
exclusive.
we've heard from.
You can feel pain. We all feel pain for the loss of Officer John O'Keefe's life. I feel very much empathy for the O'Keefes. Don't like them as people. Mr. O'Keefe, yes. Mrs. and donuts, nah. But it can be both. Okay.
Other jurors that are speaking, do you at all look at the investigation itself, the way things were handled that night? Sure. I know there was a nor'eastern coming in. I know that is difficult, but it's Massachusetts, not securing the scene, other things that were pointed out to the jury, because they kept saying to me, not just this juror, but other jurors, holes in the investigation. There were holes in the investigation.
Sure. I can address that, sure. So again, me personally, I'm not speaking for anybody else here, but I will say that, they now some music. The investigation found the right person.
Maybe not yet.
My personal opinion is that maybe, especially with a police officer involved, maybe a little more follow through, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and I'm being, I'm softening it a little bit. But am I happy with the investigation?
Pause for a sec.
No. But did they come up with the right person? Yes.
Hi, Tina. No, never a streetwalker. And you know what's gross? Someone like you. I was an escort, yes. A sex worker, yes. In Australia, that's legal. Maybe you think that's gross, but at least I'm a decent person who doesn't pull shit like this. Have a nice day.
Right, so
nasty woman.
The evidence in this case points to one person, or one person only. And we've followed the social media, we've followed the online stuff and all the other media, and it the reality is the wrong narrative still exists. The wrong narrative is still out there. That they're talking about third-party culprits, and it's all nonsense. One person did this. We know it. We've known it since the beginning. And you want to talk about the investigation? I understand.
I love people.
Beyond a reasonable doubt is the standard. We get it. And we can have an honest conversation about whether or not, beyond a reasonable doubt, the threshold was met here. I believe it was. But if you want to talk about specifically maybe the collision, whether or not a collision happened, I mean, you can have that argument. I think in totality, the evidence shows, yeah, it happened. But if you want to have like an honest conversation about whether that happened and whether they proved it or not, I think they did. If a juror came out and said, look, I just don't believe in a collision, fine. But when they come out and they say things like, it wasn't 100%, instead of, if it was 99, then you can't convict. I mean, not understanding reasonable doubt, totality of the evidence, not understanding their job. I mean, they say they understood their job, but they didn't get it. Or at least that one, I should say.
Right.
So yeah, again, investigation found the right person. I would have liked a little more follow through, but maybe things will change because of this case, right? You would hope that when investigations happen now, they would have to sort of foresee that maybe a wealthy defendant would be able to purchase the circus, So that's how I see it. So yeah, if you want to have an honest discussion about reasonable doubt, I could probably get on board with that. But the other stuff, she said, this last juror talked about the dog bites, Barrows. She never listened to Hank Brennan's. I mean, Aperture was unprofessional. I mean, look, you say what you want, but you can go after the individual if you want. But Shannon Burgess, he found the chip that put the data that put her car there. She was the one who drove the car forward 30 and change feet, and then reversed and another 50 feet at a high rate of speed. Even that juror said, she said it. She says she doesn't know maybe maybe she hit him, but then he went in the house after with his socks on. I mean, oh my God, he didn't have a shot. There was never a shot here, and so the emotions you hear now is I'm transitioning away from the grief and the disbelief. We're pragmatic about it. We understood that this could happen, but this is not what we expected. We expected a more.
Ruthie, somebody commented on something of mine. I think it was a comment of Juror 11, Paula. She's lovely, and said, "Say hi to RG," which obviously is Roberta Glass. What a fucking shrew she is, piece of shit. And JG, I think it was. I was like, "Who's JG?" And I said, "You'll have to enlighten me." Like, "Hi, I wait with bated breath," and they never came back. So, lol. What? People are crazy. All right. So, Butterfly just came back in. Butterfly, you need to probably go back by, I don't know how many minutes now. 8 minutes? What the fuck? Maybe 8 minutes, and just
11.
watch the start. 11 minutes from the start of this, Butterfly, because this guy, John Jackson, comes in so hot at Vinny. It's so hectic. You have to watch it. It's really good. It's really, like, go Vinny. I have a newfound respect for Vinny, who all right, let's keep going. 11 minutes.
A more deliberate jury, I guess, would be the best way to say it.
John, and there are commercials and there are segments in a show.
Sure.
But
Sure.
I want to extend this segment and give you an opportunity. Again, is there any other area
You're going to talk to me,
that
Ruthie?
you would want people to know about tonight? Because I think your voice is an important voice in all of this.
Hopefully.
Sure. If you want me to stick around, or you want me to just do this now?
No, we're pushing the commercial. We're pushing it, so we're giving you a little extra time here. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Your thing, So yeah, no. Look, let's just talk about the family for a moment, okay? Let's just talk about Johnny's family.
I hate how they call him Johnny.
They've been through
why.
a tremendous, and you hear it. You hear people say justice for John O'Keefe. The reality is, we knew, guilty or not, that Johnny's never coming home, right? He's just not coming home. The pain.
Turn your rage elsewhere. Turn your rage and your grief to the law enforcement officers who didn't do their job. Turn your rage and grief to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, to Meatball Morrisey. Sorry, my dogs are snoring over there. Misguided. Put your rage elsewhere. Yeah, okay, let's get going.
The damage was already done. He's never coming back. And that pain's never going to change. The O'Keefes, obviously, most know the story now about his Johnny's older sister passing, and his brother-in-law, and how he took in the kids, and that is heroic stuff. That's not run-of-the-mill stuff. That's stuff that when the moment arises, and you feel like, I'd be that guy. I would be that guy. I don't know. You hope you would, but he was that guy, and he was that guy for everybody. That wasn't just his niece and nephew, who he loved and cherished more than anything. That's who he was to all of us. That was who he was to people he didn't know. He was a helper. He was a giver. He was charitable. He was an amazing man.
He was also a bit of a dick to Karen, but okay. I mean,
the O'Keefes need to be left alone to grieve now, right? We're going to put a period at the end of this chapter. We're going to move on. The O'Keefes need to grieve. So anybody who's online still talking, peg this, peg that. First of all, it's Mrs. O'Keefe to us, okay?
I have another name
for her. Stop talking about them. Stop.
In my opinion, all of John's shortfalls, which nobody's perfect. Everybody has shortcomings, including Tina. The reason why John wasn't the best partner, in my opinion, was because of Mrs. O'Keefe, Peg, Margaret. So Yeah, then maybe they should drop the civil stuff, right? Fuck all the way off. All right, we're going to finish this one, and then we're going to head to a song to cleanse. Well, sort of. I don't know, maybe not be a cleanse. And then after a song, we've got juror stuff. So hang in there. We can breathe.
People invested their lives in the last 30 plus days or even 3 years or so in this, and they're zeroing in on people on the family side of that bench. And they would constantly go on social media, point things out, and say terrible, terrible things. This is a grieving family. It's unacceptable. And we know in the first trial, walking in that door, everybody screamed and yelled, "Cop killers, cop killers." It was unbelievable. And then they learned, it's bad PR, so we're going to stop that now.
Though.
And they did, but they didn't stop online. And I won't say the names, but the niece and nephew that Johnny took in. They're incredible kids. But the kids, they're on social media. You can't stop that. And they see it. And they see the pain of the family, of their grandparents. So when you consider saying something about the O'Keefes, or Paul, leave Paul alone. It's time to leave him alone.
He prefers to be called
He
Paul
deserves to
Leftoner.
grieve. We understand the verdict is in. She's free to do whatever she wants in this life, right? But that pain is not going to stop for that family, or for the friends, or for any of us. And the world is going to miss out on a tremendous individual. And it doesn't change the fact that we know who did it, right? We know who did it. Just didn't get the.
We do.
It wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt in Jerry's eyes. It's unfortunate.
Fuck off.
Anyway, I appreciate you let me say that.
Yeah. Well, John, I appreciate you coming on. It's not easy, and what you said, everyone heard, and I think that's important. And I'm sorry for your loss of your good friend, and for going through all this and all the pain. John Jackson, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Oh, I mean, I feel a bit bleh after that. It's kind of yuck, huh? I understand his grief, but directed elsewhere. Ruthie, fuck all the way off. Agreed. Strongly agree. What a tool. What a tool. And Core TV is copping an absolute beating on Twitter for all of their platforming of, not him so much, but people like John DePetro and Coffin Daffer and the like. So, shall we go to a song? Yes, definitely. Here, this.
And, I want to be honest with people. I don't want to be somebody I'm not, I don't live in a van. That's not me. I'm not that man. So I want to be real.
Just maybe get your sage out. Sorry about the picture, but good song.
Can you show me? I don't recall. That's what it says here on this paper. Don't remember it at all. But dials, deletions, 227 search. Holes long to die and cold. You ask, I'll knock you off your perch. I hit him. The story keeps changing, evolves. I hit him. They threw Karen Reed to the wolves. Nothing nefarious about calling Sister Coco. Alan Jackson tried to turn the surgeon loco. Took a drive to see Sergeant Lank. The morning after that dark night, it's called a shame. I hit him. The story keeps changing, evolves. I hit him. They threw Karen Reed to the wolves. Desperate housewives of upside down Canton. All up in the business, Jim McAlbert, she be handling. A soccer mama murderer, the cover-up queen. There's only truth or lies, girl, there is no in between. The shock and the horror, the chaos of it all. There's a man passed out in the snow, we flipped him over. Yo, what happened inside? None at all to do it out. McAlberts think your story's safe, but we see you, there's no doubt. I hit him. The story keeps changing, evolves. I hit him. They threw Karen Reed to the wolves. Can you show me? I don't recall, that's what it says here on this paper. Don't remember it at all, but dials, deletions, 227 search, hoes, long to die and cold. You ass gonna knock you off your perch. Free Karen Reed. And R.I.P. to John O'Keefe.
Oh, Cheryl, sorry, we have a finite number of emotes available to us with our membership numbers, and unfortunately, no vape break emote at the moment. But you never know; I can maybe eventually dump some of the excuse me, Karen Reed trial emotes because Karen is free. So, Ms. What the fuck? What do we have next? Yes, saging that Jennifer McCabe. Yikes.
So now we're moving into the jurors. And the first juror that came up was juror number 4, was the first one to do an interview. And that was a gentleman named Jason. And he went through TMZ was how he did his interview. So that was our first look at the jury. We've gotten a lot more since. So I'm going to cue that up.
Jason, the jury found Karen Reed not guilty on murder and manslaughter. Was it because they had reasonable doubt or because they thought she was innocent?
So I think for the jurors, there's a mix of some people think that she was definitely innocent, and the other people, there was a lot of reasonable doubt, at least to where we didn't want to convict her.
That's really interesting. So could you give me a breakdown there, roughly what percentage of the jury felt she was innocent?
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I think that she was innocent. It's hard to tell exactly what people think deep down. There was a lot of things thrown at us, evidence. So it's hard to tell what truly.
So you say in your head she was innocent. Does that mean you think she was framed by people inside that house?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to John. Really, I was only presented a limited scope of what happened at the night, and I could only base my opinion off of the evidence that was shown in the courtroom. So I don't really know if there was a cover-up or not. I know that's the big conspiracy around it, but I don't really know. All I know is that there was a lot of holes in the investigation. Whether they were deliberate holes or not deliberate holes, it's kind of hard from me sitting back to know that, what actually happened.
So what was the feeling of the jury? Because Alan Jackson and the other lawyers raised the issue that she was framed by cops and that they would have turned that house upside down if they really wanted to do an honest investigation, and that he was not hit by a car. He was attacked in that house, bitten by a dog, and then put outside to frame her. Did people on the jury, or some of them, buy that argument?
I think some of them bought that argument. It's just hard to tell, though, because whether or not we think that there was malicious intent, we were only presented with the facts that they didn't go into the house. So, there's an example of reasonable doubt. So, there's other examples of reasonable doubt. So, even if you want to completely buy into the theory or not, that wasn't what we were tasked with. We were tasked with finding, convicting, or deciding on this person's.
That's so funny. Candy says, Lisa, I got randomly stopped this week to take a picture of me in my Miss Shirty funny. See you next Tuesday. T. I'm trying to not say it anymore just to try and keep my 0.0006 cents ad revenue. That's awesome. Just by a random stranger. That's so funny. Sorry, Junior.
On the proof and the evidence that the Commonwealth was able to present, and there was a lot of holes in the investigation.
Yet you went many steps beyond that because you say, in your view, she was innocent. What compels you to think that?
Well, one thing that I think that compels me is we did a lot of review of the tapes, and it seemed to me that the videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't just have been red. So that leaves to me a conclusion of, well, how come it's red in this video after the alleged, collision happened, and then it's, it's not, it doesn't have any red pieces where it should be red.
So in other words, you do not believe that SUV made contact with John O'Keefe?
I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe.
What was the initial vote with the jury when you first took your vote?
We didn't do an initial straw poll. The judge recommended to us in the courtroom that is not a good way to do it. We broke down, what we did is we broke down each charge, and we went from top to bottom and discussed everything thoroughly, and, did our best to do right by, the Karen Reed and the Commonwealth.
Was there a division initially?
Yeah, there was a division. But that's what we're there to deliberate and talk about all the evidence. There was 2 months of us sitting there, them throwing all this information at us absorbing the information, going home, thinking about it, reviewing it in our heads, and we get to the deliberations, and now we have an opportunity to discuss. Some people went into the deliberations and they were still unsure after two months, and that makes sense because there was a lot of things going on. There's a lot of information. How much can you weigh one thing or another thing over,
Yeah. What about jurors who felt initially she was guilty? Were there any of them?
Yeah, there were a few jurors that think that had thought that initially when they went into the deliberations, that was their standpoint, and that's what we were there to do, to talk through all that and bring up every single piece of evidence. Is there an angle of reasonable doubt to where we're not really sure? Like, are you really sure? Are you 100%, or are you 99.9%? If you're that 99%, we can't convict you.
What brought the ones who felt she was guilty over to the not guilty side? Was there anything in particular that seemed to resonate with them?
It's hard to tell from my position. You'd have to ask them about it. But in my opinion, I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes. And, it's hard to prove that the collision happened. So if there's reasonable doubt that happened, or that there may have been foul play, if there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict.
What happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge.
Driving under the influence, essentially, drunk driving.
Yes, driving under the influence. We in our deliberations, we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence.
So, how did the defense do? How did the lawyers do, in your view? Her lawyers.
For her lawyers specifically, I think they all did. I think that all the lawyers on both sides did a really good job. They presented their case as well.
The police, you say the investigation was poor. The defense said it was more than poor. It was corrupt, and they pointed to the lead detective who had been fired, didn't testify in your trial. Did that have an impact? And did you think it was a corrupt police investigation?
Do I think it was a corrupt police investigation? I don't know. There's no way for me to know. I can't. I wasn't there. There was just there was holes in the case that left for reasonable doubt. I think they could have.
The lotion. What is that? Isn't that Nivea? That's so funny.
I think it is. It's good. Oh, the poor guy.
Sir, we'll cover that back up. It's okay. Everyone needs to moisturize their hands. I have sorbeline cream right here for my hand moisturizing, so I hope that's what it's for. Shiza. Good spot, Madeline.
Checked some boxes or done some things differently, but do I know that they were corrupt? Absolutely not. I don't know that there was any corruption going on, but do I know that there wasn't enough proof or evidence secured by the police to convict Karen Reed? Absolutely not. There was not.
Fair to say that your view was that her SUV did not make contact with O'Keefe, therefore she did not kill him, but you don't know how he died.
I would say that's fair to say. I don't know how John O'Keefe died, and I do not believe that there was a collision between the SUV and John O'Keefe.
Did all of the hoopla around the case, the people outside, did it give you comfort in reaching a verdict like this, that you saw there was a community behind your point of view, or was it irrelevant?
Honestly, that made the pressure a lot harder, and it did not give me comfort. It made it a lot harder to block out everything and come to a decision.
Why did it make it harder?
It made it harder because all of the eyes are on us. We were told we're the most important people in the courtroom, and they keep us away from the crowds of people in the front of the courthouse, but we do see them, and I don't think that having all those people swayed me to go either way. We were only tasked with looking at the evidence. We were 12 jurors. We had to back up how we felt in this for our decision, and we couldn't let any outside factors, her punishment, we couldn't factor any of that. We had to look at the evidence that was presented to us, absorb it, really understand it, and see if there's any reasonable doubt, and there was.
Now, I did a bit of a Google search on how much TMZ interviewees are paid. It's hard to say. I think they're quite closed with their information on this kind of interview. They keep them not public. They are not publicly disclosed. And the practice of paying jurors for interviews is generally discouraged by the courts. But then also they said, like, from celebrities and stuff, like if someone gets a footage of like Drake dropping money, it was $5,000 or something. So it could be that it's 50K, but that also could be sheer innuendo and speculation. So I probably someone else will find it straight away. Not the best researcher, just gonna say.
All right. So the next thing we have up. So that was juror number 4,
Yes.
who, by the way, Jess Machado said that he was the juror that was originally in the seat closest to the witness stand and was eventually moved to the back row next to the Smirks juror, which we also found out throughout all of these interviews is that the moving of somebody was done because somebody couldn't hear, was what ended up causing the moving of the jurors in the end.
Oh, no, wait. I've heard differently since. Isn't it that actually... Oh, no, that was Paul O'Keefe being moved. Paul O'Keefe was moved because not just that he was making faces about Karen Reed and the defense team, but that but that he was actually making leering and suggestive and sort of sexually uncomfortable, discomforting, distressed, sexual looks at one of the jurors, one of the younger jurors, ladies, females, obviously. And so that's why he got a trouncing and moved and told to put his fucking dick away and put the donuts away. So, but that was right. One of the jurors couldn't hear. Correct. So many things in my brain. Okay, let's go.
So next up is juror 17, who was not a deliberating juror, but it was the next juror to be kind of so this was weird. Okay. John DePietro, the person we talked a little bit about earlier, he posted this interview and he posted it on his WordPress site. And he took it down like within an hour, but a bunch of people took screenshots of it and posted it. So,
but wait, I've since heard that maybe this was this wasn't that DePietro got punked. That this wasn't necessarily one of the deliberating jurors. Not one of the. It was a fake. I've kind of heard that. Does anybody know? And that's true because when the lawyer, Peter Tragos, was reading through this, I was like, I don't know. Like, it sounds legit. Maybe it got pulled by DePietro because it was very pro not guilty and not the message he wanted to send. But
yeah, I hadn't heard anything about that.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I've been debunked. Good. I don't believe it's real, says Colors. So the Paul O'Keefe thing, no, Aiden said that. Didn't he? Am I making that up?
No, you're not making that up. That's what Aiden said. That's what Aiden said is why Paul had to be moved. So anyway, so this is what was posted, and so that's been making the rounds. I don't think we'll read it if there are thoughts that it might not be real. So then the next one up is lovely juror 11. Juror
Who
11
incidentally followed me back on Twitter, y'all. So she's lovely. She's spicy, she's snarky, she's funny as a whip, like she's quick as a whip. She's awesome. Like, I love her. If you're not on Twitter, it's worth being on Twitter just to read Paula's clapbacks at the trolls. She is chef's kiss. I fucking love her.
Yeah, so Paula is so juror 11's name is Paula, and so I wanted to just show this real quick because this is the first interview that she did, was with Jess Machado. So on Jess's Substack, you can read the whole thing that she put out first, which is really awesome. You can read it for free. So I thought that was really cool. But so I have like 5 interviews with her, so just collected so far. So Lisa's.
We can post the link to maybe we could post the links in the Discord of the written ones. They're easily obtained.
Yeah. So I was just gonna play just a couple of the video ones. And I honestly, I think I have them in order, but they might not be because they were happening. She was literally doing like one after another. I think she said she set aside a day to do interviews, basically. So they're kind of like over and over and over again.
Yeah, Jen, this juror who we spoke with says that she really changed her mind through the course of this trial. Initially, she thought Karen Read may be guilty, but about 3 weeks ago, her mind changed. And now she says she is 100% convinced that Karen Read did not kill her boyfriend, John O'Keefe.
At first, for me, I thought Karen Read was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning. But as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't feel. And there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us.
Exactly, Patricia. That's what I was
Now,
just
this
thinking.
juror
Paul's
feels there were too
perspective
many
is what the
flaws
fuck.
and inconsistencies.
I don't think that Paul's menacing. I'm just going to say we can ask. We can keep finding out. I'm with Patricia though, because Paul. What week was that? Week 3 of trial. This trial, the menacing and the bullshit that Paul did last. I don't know. I feel like making a juror feel uncomfortable would rank higher on Bev's rank higher on Bev's level of we're not having this here, because Bev loves the jurors, right? Than whether menacing Karen, because Paul O'Keefe menaced Karen for a full 8-9 weeks last time too.
Yeah, I think Colors is onto something too. Paula might not know that that's what happened, and she might have just made
privately.
Exactly.
Because they weren't allowed to talk amongst themselves about anything to do with the trial. Anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing. You're not even allowed to say, "Hey, I love Liza Little's new haircut." Not allowed. Can't say anything. They can't talk about anything. So I think we'll put that in the still to be confirmed. I feel like it was. I feel like it makes more sense that they moved him because, and possibly, the juror moved because of his hearing. Yeah. But Paul, we'll find out. Someone will find out. We'll work it out. Yet to be determined. How about that?
Consistencies in the police investigation. She says that she feels that John O'Keefe went into that Canton home or into the garage and something happened there. She does stop short of saying there was a cover-up. Now, when the jury delivered its verdict, she says she got emotional. She started crying because she knows that John O'Keefe's family was in pain.
Great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. So I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
And she says that justice would look like a new investigation. Police and the district attorney's office reopening this investigation and finding a culprit. Now, we have reached out to the district attorney multiple times today, but have not heard anything back. Reporting live, John Atwater, WCVB News Center 5.
Yeah, you know what? Because there's one, I think, not this one. There's another one where she's facing the other direction, and she's it's in the evening, and the trolls were coming at her about so many things, and she's like, I'm so sorry for doing an interview as I was walking in the door after a day out at the fair with my children, my 4 children. She has 4 children, and after having a luxury dinner of Panda Express, whatever that is that sushi or something?
No, it's like a fast food Asian. It's like McDonald's, but it's Asian cuisine.
I'm very hungry. All right, let's go with Paula.
What made you come forward to actually share your experience about being a juror in this high-profile case?
I actually want to give a message to the family, make them understand that, or at least hear us out saying it's not our fault that Karen Reed was innocent. I mean, the Commonwealth and the investigation couldn't actually prove and show evidence enough to make us convict her of anything. So I want to come out to let them know that we feel for them. Like, I personally feel for them a lot. I'm a mother, and it broke my heart to see the family leaving the courthouse on that day. But it wasn't her fault, and I hope they find who did it.
Let's talk about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion.
At first, most of us were on the same page pretty much. We were shocked with so many holes the case presented to us. But there was some people who had questions, and we were there those 4 days to answer those questions. We're like heated argument, like, oh my God, we disagree and everything. No, but we had some disagreements about this evidence X or Y, and we talked through it. We were very respectful of each other, and we came out to the agreement.
Was there any particular evidence that you guys were really stumped on?
For me, specifically the taillight, we all took a look close to the taillight, and we couldn't make the taillight, the damage on the taillight, the original taillight, compatible with the injuries on his body. Mm-hmm. So having a close look of the taillight helped me a lot, and I'm sure the other jurors too.
And that solidified it?
Yeah.
And you mentioned who might have done this. I know David Yanetti, her attorney, said, there's somebody else out there that is responsible. Do you have any ideas who could be responsible, or do you feel the same way as you sort of suggested you do?
Yeah, I think something happened inside the house and he was placed outside. So whoever was inside the house, we didn't hear from the owner of the house or Brian Higgins, who allegedly had some sort of, involvement with Karen Reed days prior. So, the spotlight for me is on them, but I can't say, just like they can't prove that was Karen Reed, I can't prove it was any of the people in the house.
Can you quickly clarify what happened when you guys came out with a verdict and then said, oh, actually no verdict? There was a little point.
Yeah, we had some questions about the sleep and how to...
Oh, the sleep.
Yeah, if we did right. And we sent back, and we didn't even send back, was in a deliberation room with us, but then because the judge knew that we had the verdict, she asked to seal the paper and bring it to her.
Is that the situation where she came back and said there was a verdict and then less than 30 minutes? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We talked maybe, I think, an hour more, and then we came with the other verdict.
What were you guys split on, and how many of you guys were split on certain parts of this verdict?
I think, we're half and half as when we first got there. Like Friday, last Friday we didn't do anything. We were just like, we all want to talk, put it out, because too many days without talking about it. And Monday we start to look into the evidence, the witnesses and the videos and the taillight close. And we're kind of like half and a half, and we had to see which questions, what make you be guilty, what make you feel not guilty for this charge and the other charge. And it wasn't that hard, I think. I think we are very respectful. We heard, and everybody left feeling that they did the right thing.
And how has your life changed since you've been part of this experience? I know it's still pretty early after, but has anything changed about your viewpoint toward justice or the justice system?
Yeah.
Since then?
So a lot of people were raising this thing, oh, she's an attorney, she shouldn't be a jury, and this and that. Just clarifying, I am an attorney from Brazil. My license is in Brazil. I never work in the U.S. I can't practice in the U.S. And I didn't lie when they chose me to be a jury. And nothing changed so far. I did like to be part of this because for me, most of the time I'm a mom. I do have a part-time job, but from home because I have to take care of my kids. So being out every day, being there every day, getting this routine of working outside the house, actually, I really enjoy it. And being in a courtroom made me feel like the old days when I was young. So the change was just my personal opinion about like what I'm going to do next. But overall, I'm just waiting for summer to start and take my kids out and get this behind. And I'm going to keep following close because I want to see what's going to happen. I want to see what's the DA going to do next. I didn't have a chance to check the news and if they said anything.
I am so curious about this. When did you realize the gravity of this case? Obviously, you didn't know anything going into jury duty, but
Right,
when
Tony?
was that point that you really realized, oh, wow, we just made a decision and it was this big? It was the Karen Reed case.
When I heard the people outside last Wednesday, because I didn't know there was that amount of people outside. So as we drive every day, we could see some people in pink. And
That's awesome. I love that. She didn't know. They didn't know. See? The buffer zone did its thing.
I didn't know pink was her color. I had a bunch of pink shirts, and then I stopped using them because I don't want to give a vibe. But
I'm giving my pink
I
shirt
had
vibe.
no clue.
Paula.
I don't know, hundreds of people outside. It was that a big movement. And Aiden, Turtle Boy, I never heard about him before that. So I saw that he was very involved in this and I recognized him from court. So I started looking his work or his advocacy, I don't know. And yeah, I didn't know it was that big. I mean, the judge said when she was picking us for the jury poll, it's a media case, it's a big case, but I had no clue that big, like national big.
Right. So
Worldwide big, Paula.
When the verdict came down,
When I
what
heard
was
people.
going through your mind, and what did you hear in there?
I heard just the people outside, and that's when I started crying, because that people outside made the family of John O'Keefe feel very sad just hearing that. So that moment broke my heart. And then, I don't know, I just hope they find justice.
Is there anything that you would say to the O'Keefes if you saw them?
Yes, please keep fighting. We really don't think it was Karen Reed. The investigation was floppy. Believe that. Look at yourself, and keep fighting to find who did this to him, because he seemed to be a very nice guy. His niece testified, friends testify, and we had no doubt that was unnecessary death. But it wasn't Karen Reed, then let's find who did it.
Do you think the investigation was just sloppy, or do you think a potential cover-up with the police because he was a police officer?
I'm not gonna say it's a cover-up, but was a sloppy effort. I would keep just being like sloppy and lazy, I would say too. But if it was a cover-up, let's find out.
Is there something that you when you were listening to some of the testimony, like, wow, when you say sloppy or lazy, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
No reports. Like nobody made like an official report of like the GPS location of the evidence 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, the ring camera disappeared. Oh yeah, no, this moment, like 2 minutes, we don't have the recording anymore. So all those coincidences doesn't make sense.
And
Did you guys ever talk about the dog or potential dog fights or anything like that?
We mentioned, I mean, you mean deliberation?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we mentioned the dog, but not much. I mean, I think that's looked like a dog bite, but because it wasn't presented to us, like more information about the dog and everything, we put our opinions aside and just, focus on the evidence that was actually there.
did you always believe, or do you believe that Karen Reed is innocent? And did you always believe that from the moment you stepped in
Jim,
to be
good
a
to
juror
see
to
you.
the moment that you walked?
No, I didn't know about the case, so when I first started, I thought maybe manslaughter because of the drink thing, that she was under influence overall. And but after the weeks passed by and the witnesses, and I just couldn't make her guilty.
Was there like a turning point, like a aha moment where you're like, okay, maybe she's not?
The Commonwealth witness judge, I forgot his name.
Boris,
Judge Welcher.
hi, good
Yeah,
to see you.
Derek.
6 months, huh? That's pretty cool. Thanks for coming along.
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher.
Yeah. So Dr. Welcher,
Mr. Blue Paint.
car accident reconstruction, it seemed a little off. And wow, they couldn't even prove that. So that moment was maybe an aha moment. And when ARCA came in and gave us such a good accident reconstruction to us, made sense.
Interesting.
Yes.
Is there anything else?
So
Yes.
before this trial, so last year, you never heard of the Karen Reed trial before?
No, I moved here February last year, so I think you guys were talking a lot about it. I saw billboards, I saw some yard signs for Karen Reed, but I was never curious to look to see what was it. I love crime, I love true crime, to listen to podcasts, but mainly in Brazil, mainly things that happens over there. So I'm not involved with social media, local news in the US. So I really didn't know much about Karen Reed. I just know her face and her billboard.
Interesting. Yeah. And what did you think about her?
Hi,
her
Gigi, good to
presence in the
see
courtroom?
you.
I know people have looked at her as like kind of cool, calm, collected, or showing little emotion at times. So I don't know what your perception of her is or was, or how it evolved.
I did expect more emotion. I was looking like, she doesn't cry, she doesn't move, she's just so calm and so present. But she was fighting for her life, and I'm not judging. It's the way that
Karen is free.
She found herself in that horrible situation, and she needed to fight, and so good for her that she had the presence to do that.
Amazing. Hey, a couple of things. Nico, thank you so much for the coffees for Miss Mandy Reacts. We're up to what's it called? We're up to $85 to donate to Miss Mandy Reacts. So thank you, sir. And I'll put everybody's coffees into the drawer. We'll do that next weekend. I promise. We got a decent number of names this time around. So yay. Hi, Gigi. Now, I found we were talking before about that disgusting former judge, Jackie Lou, and the slanderous things. Is this going to come up? That's what she's asking. No, wait. Yeah. Good. Now, so this is from brother, counsel's brother. Pause. And he is talking about Dream Feed Media, Grace posted something else there. Now it says verbal slander, 1, defamatory statement, 2, communicated to a third party. So it's a defamatory statement made on fucking what is it? I can't see my brain. He will say it in a second, make it bigger. That's what she said. And referring to a victim, Karen Reed, and is false. So that's verbal slander. Now let me get back. So this, he won't be coming back on as a guest for this particular channel. It's apparently got volume. Let's play. So this is what this motherfucker said.
Karen Reed killed Mr. O'Keefe. They just couldn't prove it to a jury.
Imagine.
Karen Reed killed Mr. O'Keefe. They just couldn't prove it to a jury.
So this judge is an idiot. Yes. So there's some serious, right. That's I mean, that's after the fact, after the not guilty verdict, a jury has spoken. And also for the trolls, for the antis, just because she was not guilty doesn't mean she's innocent, except most justice systems go by the innocent until proven guilty. So she was she was determined to be by the jury not guilty. So innocent. I mean, we all know she's factually innocent because science, thank you, Sibby, because there was no collision. These people can't see that. So I just thought it popped up on my X, on my Twitter, and I thought I'll play that. So that's all I have for that one. Miss What the Fuck, we've got factually innocent. Thank you. Yes.
Did you want to do so we only have a couple jurors left, and I know we had a couple songs more. Did you want to do a quick song?
We have got a song. What have we got? What's left?
Do you want to do fixes in video?
Oh, with the video, yes. Yes, let's do that. Now, Ms. What the Fuck has just taught herself how to edit videos, right? Because why not? She already does basically nothing. It's jokes, obviously. And so, and keep an eye out because she did a hilarious compilation of me saying, fuck off, Hank. Fuck off, Hank. If you haven't watched it, you have to watch it. It's in my videos. It's so good. That was her first video edit. And then I'm like, too soon to make a video for the fixes in? She said, nope, not too soon. And this is what Ms. What the Fuck managed, put together an exemplary video. Wait, let me change it to this. The sound won't be probably as good because I haven't uploaded it into StreamYard. So the sound won't be as good, but we've all heard this song. So enjoy, everybody. Enjoy.
Some things we just know, evil
bizarre, it's discombobulating. Blurred lines and truth revealed, darkness congregating. Mobster lawyer, chilling to the bone. What on earth would you not do to bring fiasco home? The fix is in the actors in the line. Some things we just know, even when the wrong ain't right. The fix is in not worry about a thing. Good prevails, so let me hear you sing. But none of it bears relevance. Parsing out the parlance, 47 down to 10. What's done is done, and here we are again. Some things we just know, even when the wrong ain't right. The fix is in, not worry about a thing. Good prevails, so let me hear you sing. So have faith, justice will prevail. Can you feel it? The thinning of the veil. Black, white, day, night, the Commonwealth derails. Sit down, motherfucker. Sit down, weasel demon. Hush now, talk is cheap. The universe sees what you're doing. Around the world, sending love and light to Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Our outrage fuels the fire. The fix is in the actors in the line. Some things we just know, even when the wrong ain't right. The fix is in, not worry about it, not a thing. Good prevails, so just let me hear you sing. It's disgusting, it's exhausting. But if she can't do it, so can we. We ain't got no quit, justice prevails. Free Karen Reed.
What the fuck? You are so clever. Amazing chat. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Not bloody bad for a second effort, for second ever video edit. Not bad. Phenomenal. Thank you so much. What the fuck? I know you spent so much time on that. And beautiful. Very fair. So kind and lovely.
It definitely hits different now.
And right, as you said, amazing with COVID, right? She had COVID. I'm there making slave driving this poor woman, this amazing friend. Oh my God, amazing. So if you would like to watch that, it's there in my videos. It's I haven't added it to the playlist. I'll do that right now. Have I? No, I haven't. Rude. I'll do that in a minute. So bravo, ma'am. And Cheryl says it's amazing all these people she's now friends with. Dennis, Cheryl, Dina. My glasses are bad. Annie, Marianne, Paula, Scott, Nancy, Jason, Allison, Sam, Erin, Felicia, Timmer, Maria, Vicky, Jen, Lisa, Mike, Laurie, and many more. Yes, look at you. We've all made so many good friends, but you made IRL, actually met them friends down in the buffer zone show. I'm so thrilled for you. So thrilled. For all of us. Karen is freed. Karen freed. Right. So we've got some more. We've got a few more things, juror things, and then we'll head on over to Kick. Yikes! Hope it's not too late for you, y'all. We can do a little bit on Kick. See how we're going. If everyone's fading, we can dip. We can do whatever we want on Kick.
All right. So we have juror number 12, and the trial channel shared this one on Twitter. So it's a short one with juror number 12.
Okay.
One of the jurors who found Karen Reed not guilty says that she didn't initially come to that conclusion.
I was hoping that my fellow jurors could help me to go through all of this. So I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning toward that she was guilty.
That is juror number 12, and she is speaking exclusively to
This
our
one.
David Bieniek tonight, who was live in Medfield.
Sounds
David.
concerning.
And good evening. Just like the first two jurors who've gone public since the verdict was rendered, and this one says that she found way too many holes in the police investigation to convict Karen Reed. But she says going into the deliberations room, she didn't feel that way.
It just seemed like it was in the stars that I was going to get picked for this.
Personal trainer Janet Jimenez says going into jury selection for Karen Reed's second trial, she knew it was likely she'd be picked because she says she knew almost nothing about the case.
It's very interesting. I found it fascinating.
Jimenez says she filled a notebook and a half as she listened to witnesses and studied evidence over 8 weeks. She says when it came time for deliberations, she was opening to listening to what the other 11 jurors had to say.
I was
Thank
hoping
God.
that my fellow jurors could help me to go through all of this. So I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning toward that she was guilty.
Jimenez says she did not believe the defense's story about a Google search for hypothermia.
What? She didn't believe it.
Yeah.
Done hours before John O'Keefe's body was found. She found lead investigator Michael Proctor's text messages about Reed crude, but not necessarily proof of a cover-up.
Do you think he planted evidence or tampered with the investigation?
I can't determine that.
Jimenez says what changed her mind is when she went looking for something in the more than 200 pieces of
I
evidence.
wish we knew what this
She won't
was.
say what that something was, but says she didn't find it.
And it was one big part that led me closer to there's a lot of doubt here.
Jimenez says she was aware the court officers were trying to keep them away from the crowds outside. She says since the trial has ended, she's learned a few things she finds interesting, but nothing, she says, that makes her regret the jury's decision.
I don't want to be like, oh, should I second guess myself? Because I'm very comfortable with how I came to the decision. So I guess it'll be part of my story.
And for the first time tonight, this juror is shedding light on an incident that happened during the 5th week of the trial when 2 jurors had to switch seats in the jury box. She says that is simply because one of them was having trouble hearing.
I mean, thank God. Thank God. And the producer says, "Thank God we don't have to hear. Thank God we don't have to hear Bev's voice anymore." Right? Wait. So are you saying you don't want to hear that?
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready. What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
I'll just give
I
you the
hate that man. I truly
experience.
hate him.
Oh.
Hi. So the last up of our jurors is actually the foreman who came out, I think it was yesterday.
Yes.
And that's juror number 1. Now, we don't have any audio or video to go with this. I guess you could listen to the article. So maybe I'll just go over a couple of high points in here. Some of these quotes are kind of incredible, and I think the biggest things are that there was shoddy work, and it was a blatant red flag, and he said that if that body was on my front steps, I know my house would have been stormed. And the texts that came from Trooper Proctor showed serious bias. He put his personal opinions aside. It all seemed like wishy-washy privilege.
Well, that's coming from a black man, right? A man of color, who understands full well what white privilege can do for a white person.
Absolutely. And then let's see. There's a lot more in here. I suggest everybody go read it. It was the Boston Herald.
We can probably link that into the description box, right?
Yeah, we totally could. We could drop all these links if you want into the description box.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So that would actually be the last of my links, Lisa.
Is what the fuck? Oh my God. Imagine working full time, having 2 children, having COVID, and doing all the work for me. I'm so spoiled. I love you so much. What the fuck? Thank you so much.
Just one kid, unless you count my husband as a kid, and then
Oh, and Lily. Oh, for some reason I thought you had two. God, I'm terrible. I'm a terrible human. One kid who brought you iced teas was that last week or the week before? Good kid.
The week before, she got me a big ol' iced tea before. So sweet.
Cheryl said Yellow Cottage is almost at 10,000. Do you mean subscribers? Well, fuck. That's not okay. Here we are slogging. No, Grant Smith Ellis has like 3,000, 5,000 people watching him. Oh,
they're probably like hate watchers or the ones that watch so they can clip his ridiculousness.
Yes, true. I have concerns about Grant. He's not mentally stable, and somebody needs to. No one's going to step in. Look at his mother, for goodness sake. So hey, chat. I think we made it. We made it. We made it. Karen is freed. Karen is free. We've only just begun. We've only just begun. Karen's only just begun. So if you would like, wait, what? There's no options here. We're heading on over to strap in, buckle up. We'll go out with Mendacity, it was the Faith song. It's a bit too gospel for Ms. What the Fuck, but come on now. It's stuck in my head so bad. So one last song to take us out. And head on, stick with us to YouTube, and then come on over to Kick. We're going to watch some clips of Proctor, for goodness sake, so we can rage at him and laugh at him on Kick. But first, we'll start on YouTube. So let me just see. What did we end up with for Ms. Mandy Reacts? I'll still, for the rest of the night, if you decide to pull out a buy me a coffee, that'll go to Miss Mandy. Steph sent through $20 yesterday. I think Madeline said she sent some money to Miss Mandy on Cash App. So we're hovering just over $100 and to donate to Miss Mandy. I said I'd double it, so let's make that 200. And we're sending all our love and light. We were sending them to Karen Reid, and now we're sending them to Miss Mandy. But let's enjoy Mendacity. Well, that doesn't seem right. $5. Thanks, Maddie. Thank you. Sorry if you don't like being called Maddie. It's what we do in Australia. That's amazing. Thank you so much. No, Catherine. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Ms. What the Fuck. Thank you to my beautiful mods. A special shout out to Tina. Thanks for the troll. Love you, girl. Do better. And I'll see you in just a minute. Grab a drink. Go to the bathroom. I don't know, roll one, smoke one. Shelley, I'm looking at you. Timmy. And I'll see you all in a minute. Karen is free.
Oh, back to smoking ruins, the crater of her life. Free Karen Reid. Where is the justice? Karen must be free. Multiplicity of mendacity, a maelstrom of evil. The time is nigh, the time is now to free your Karen Reid. Whoa, back to smoking ruins, the crater of her life. Free Karen Reid. We demand justice. Karen will be free. Multiplicity of mendacity, a maelstrom of evil. The time is nigh, the time is now to free your Karen Reid. Walk to smoking